Hello, my name is Will Middleton, and in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to build the website that you see before you now with all sorts of tools in the LifterLMS community, from LifterLMS, Elementor, Astra, the top tools used by course creators, and at the end of it all, we'll design it up. But you'll see us walk through in the next few hours here all the plugins, step by step on how to set all of these up and build out your site and the features they have to offer, to setting up the Astra theme and designing everything up with Elementor finally at the end. So we do have timestamps down in the description in this video. If you want to jump around and see, maybe you're interested in Affiliate WP or a couple other products, you can click those timestamps and it'll tell you exactly where we start to talk about that specific tool if you want to jump around, or feel free to just sit back, relax, and follow along with this tutorial to see this entire website being built with all sorts of functionality, Lifter WooCommerce, and all that great stuff. So yeah, we're going to start out the tutorial in the back end of WordPress. I don't cover hosting in this video, but you can get great hosting with WP Engine, SiteGround, some other WordPress hosts, Bluehost and Liquid Web, all sorts of various hosts out there. And each host has a different way of setting up WordPress and having you log into WordPress there. But this tutorial starts out with a blank WordPress install. So once you're able to get in touch with your host, get hosting, and get a fresh WordPress install, you can follow along with this tutorial for the rest to show you how to build a website. We use all sorts of products, and we have links to each of those products in the description below the video. So I hope you enjoy the video. All right, so now we're in the back end of WordPress. And so this is a clean WordPress install. We haven't changed anything, added any plugins or themes yet. But in WordPress here, we can actually click this button, My Blog at the top there, to visit the site. And we can see this is what our WordPress website looks like. And this is the back end over here on the dashboard that lets us control all the settings and everything. And we'll be diving into all of this in the tutorial here. But yeah, so getting started, we'll want to do some cleanup work. So if you want to head to this dashboard area, it's just WP admin, your website /WP admin. I just kind of want to clean this area up. We're not going to need any of this starter stuff, so I'll just dismiss that. And this area here can look a little bit cluttered. So if you want to clean that up, you can go to screen options at the top. And I just want to remove activity, quick draft, and WordPress events, just to make it a little cleaner for the back end there. And another thing we'll want to do is head down to our settings and head down to permalinks. This is something you'll want to do when you create any new WordPress website. You'll want to make sure your permalinks are set up for post name. So you can see the different permalinks here. The permalinks is pretty much like the structure of the links in your website. So the title of your post, I want the title of my post to go there. So if it's like the contact page, for example, I want it to be mywebsite.com/contact. rather than some other junk there. So we'll just select post name and save changes at the bottom. And that's just something you'll want to do on any new WordPress install. But yeah, that's about it for setting up WordPress and just cleaning some things up. So let's go ahead and add in the Astra theme. So for this tutorial, we'll be working with the Astra theme, and the theme is pretty much like a skin of your website that determines some general layout and styling settings. So we can add a theme by heading to Appearance, Themes, and you can see we have the free 2019 theme here, but we'll want to go add the Astra theme. So we'll click on Add New, and over here in Search Themes, we can type in Astra, A-S-T-R-A, and right there is what we're looking for, the Astra theme. So let's click Install on that and activate. So this should change the layout of our website, because right here you can see we're using the 2019 theme. So if I reload the page, we should see a different layout. There we go. We see more of the Astra layout. And we'll customize all of this stuff up too. But we can actually go ahead and delete this 2019 theme, because we're no longer going to need that. We just need the one Astra theme on there. So now we can go ahead and start diving into some very basic customization. And so the first thing I would like to do is create a home page. Right now it's just displaying the latest blog post. And we can see that if we head to the back end of WordPress here, under posts, we'll see there's a hello world. That one's just published by default in WordPress. I'm going to go ahead and trash that one. You can trash it by hovering over and clicking on trash. And then if I reload the homepage, we'll no longer have that blog post there. And we have a sidebar and all that going. But I actually want to replace this page with just a static homepage. So let's go ahead and head to the back end of WordPress and go to Pages, Add New. And I'm just going to title this Home for now and go ahead and publish. All we really need is to give it a title and to have a page to say we want this to be our home page. And so how can we set this page now to be the home page? Well, actually, first let me just put some settings on here. We'll just say, hello, this is the home page. That way we'll know once we get it working, we can see this message. And yeah, so we'll want to say this is our home page. In order to do that, we have to head to Appearance, Customize on the side there. And we have a whole lot of options here, and we'll be installing Astra Pro here in a little bit, but we just want to head first to Homepage Settings. And rather than just displaying our latest posts, we want to say a static page. And for the home page, I want to set home, the page I just created, and go ahead and publish on that. And you can see a little preview here of what we're working on, but if I actually head to my live site right here too, we can see now it's that home page with this hello, this is the home page message. Another thing I want to do is clean up some of the settings on here. You can see we have this gray box around here in the sidebar. I don't really want that sidebar in the layout, so I'll go ahead and head back to the customizer, and let's just click this back arrow to go all the way back to the beginning here. And we can head down to sidebar, and the default sidebar is a right sidebar, but I don't really want a sidebar, so we'll just say no sidebar, and you'll see in the preview that'll just go away. And now we want to deal with this, we still have this gray box around here, and I don't really want a gray box, just a full page layout. So I'll head back to the settings here. We'll want to head to Global, Container, and it says Content Boxed under Layout here. Instead, I just want to do Full Width Contained, and we should get rid of that gray box there. And we can set our container width if you wanted to change this to make it smaller or something, but we'll be designing all of our pages in Elementor, so this doesn't really matter. We'll just reset that and go ahead and publish. And you can see in the preview here, it's showed us our changes, but we'll go ahead and check out our live site anyway, and we'll see those changes reflected here. And yeah, so that's the basics of installing the Astra theme. Now we have that established, and we can go ahead and start diving into the next step in the process. The next step in the process is to install the Elementor Page Builder. So the Astra theme is going to determine our general site settings, but the Elementor Page Builder is going to let us do some more specific designing of our pages. So I'll head back to the customizer we were in here. I'll X out of here. You can just X at the top right there. Will take us back to this the WordPress admin. And from here, I'll want to head to Plugins, Add New, and there's a free version of Elementor, and there's a pro version. We'll be using the the free version with the pro add-on, but let's go ahead and grab the free version. If we type here Elementor in the plugin search there, Elementor Page Builder, install now. We can go ahead and install and activate that once it's finished installing here. Activate. Cool, and there's a little welcome sequence, but we'll just go ahead and skip that for now. What Elementor pretty much allows us to do is customize our pages. So if I go into Pages by clicking on the sidebar here, and I go to my home page, I can click on Edit. This will let me edit the page. This is the screen we were looking at where we typed out our message, hello, this is the home page. And we'll want to go ahead and launch the Elementor Builder. The Elementor plugin gives us this button here on the top, and it'll take us into a whole new world that we can use to design our home page there. And you can see it looks pretty much the same as the page does now, but we have all sorts of widgets here we can design up our page with like headings and all sorts of things. And you can see our hello message has been converted into a text editor. This is how you edit some things in Elementor. You can actually just click on the element and go ahead and start editing it. So what we can do is we'll build out this homepage, we'll revisit it, and we'll build out the whole page. But I'll show you, we can add in images, text editors, headings. You just click and drag in an element you want, and there's all sorts of options for styling. At the top, we can change the color, and we'll dive into all of these settings when we actually go to design the homepage. But now we unlocked, a whole world of stuff we can design. And yeah, so that's how you can kind of launch the Elementor editor. I'll go ahead and click on update, and we can see those changes will be reflected now on the homepage here. And there we go. So we'll be back to style this up and make it look awesome. But for now, let's go ahead and grab the Elementor Pro plugin and put it on the website. So the Elementor Pro is just going to give us some more options for widgets we can use. And it's going to give us some options for templates that we'll get into later. But pretty much it just gives you some more functionality with Elementor. And we can actually head back to the dashboard by clicking that hamburger icon at the top and clicking on Exit to Dashboard. It'll take us back to the WordPress dashboard there. But you can pick up Elementor at elementor.com. We'll also have a link down in the description with all the tools we use for you there. And you'll just want to go ahead and grab a copy of the Pro plugin. I'll be right back once I have the zip file for that plugin, and I'll show you how we can upload the Elementor Pro plugin. So I've just downloaded the Elementor Pro plugin. You can see it sitting here in my downloads, and I'll want to head back to the website so we can go ahead and install that. So I'll head back to the back end of WordPress here, and plugins, add new. And rather than searching for a plugin here, this time we'll upload a plugin, and you can select the file from your computer or just drag it right onto that choose file area. And I'll go ahead and install now and activate. Cool. So now you can see we have the Elementor and Elementor Pro plugin, and you'll want to go grab your license key for Elementor and put it into connect and activate your account. But we'll just leave it as it is for now, with just the Elementor and Elementor Pro plugin. So now we have some more tools to work with, and actually the template system is a big part of Elementor, and that's what we'll be diving into next, on how you can create headers and footers and all sorts of cool templates. So let's go ahead and jump into creating a header template. So first off, we'll want to head to templates on the side here. That's one functionality that Elementor adds in for us, Elementor Pro. And we can click on Save Templates. We don't have any right now. You can see all of our templates. We have 0, but we can go ahead and add new at the top. And let's build out a header first. So I'll click the drop down. I want to create a header, and we'll call this, site header. And we'll go ahead and create template. Let this load up. And what this is going to be, the header area, you can see with Elementor Pro, we have some options here for templates. It's kind of a jumping off point. If you want to start with one of their designs, you can. The header area is actually this area here that says My Blog, and there's a menu spot right there. But we can override this with this system, this header template system in Elementor. So let's go ahead and add a section in Elementor. You can do that by clicking on this plus icon and clicking on, I want a 2-part section. That would be this one right here. That kind of gives us 2 areas we can put in some Elementor widgets. And you can, add all sorts of sections if you want to, and drag in your different widgets in there. But let's go ahead and delete that one. I don't need that one. And to delete a section in Elementor, you just hover over and you have this X icon. That's to delete it. You have this edit icon. If you want to click on that, you'll see the settings on the side over here change when I click on this. That's our specific section settings, maybe backgrounds or whatever you want to set there. And then if you wanted to add in, another section or something, you could go ahead and do that by clicking on that plus icon. But what we want to do is probably add in a site logo. And kind of like you'll see many sites will have a logo right here. We'll go ahead and put an image on there. So I'll want to say image, and we can search the Elementor elements and find all sorts of options. I just want the basic image one. We'll drag and drop that in here. And let me go ahead and go grab a logo, and we'll put that up right here in this area. All right, so I've pulled up another site that I built, and I'm just going to take the logo from here. You'll want to put in your logo, but I'm just going to download this this main logo that I have on there for the online courses. So now head back to my Elementor editor for my website, and I'll say choose image, and it gives me the option to either choose from my media library on my website. I don't have any files uploaded, but once you do, you'll have a bunch of images in here, or I can upload a new file. I'll want to upload my logo file, and you can see it is now in my media library, and I can insert media, and there it is, the header logo right there. And for now, let's just go ahead and publish this. We'll be back to add in a menu right here so people can easily navigate throughout our website. But I'm going to go ahead and click on publish here so we can see our changes. Publish. I want to add a display condition. So this is pretty much where do you want your template to display, and it defaults to entire website, and I'm fine with that. You can set up all sorts of complicated rules, but we'll just say I want this header to display on my entire website. So I'm going to save and close, and let's go see if it actually worked. If I head back over here and reload, we should see my logo now at the top, and there we go. So we can actually design this header up any way we want. If we were to head back to the editor, we might be able to add a background color in our section here by heading to Style, Color. We'll want to say Classic Style, and we can, maybe add a color in here, update, and that change will reflect right here on the front end. And there we go. So we'll be back to this area as well, but now we've established we can edit our header, we can edit the main content area of our page here, and let's go ahead and create a footer template. And it's just like the header, but rather than replacing the area up here, we'll replace this area down here. Be right back. So to edit our footer, we'll want to head back to our editor here. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of the header editor, exit to dashboard, and now if we head to the Save Templates area, and we head to All right here, we should see we have our header template. If we want to ever edit that, we can come into Templates, All, and edit that. And now we'll want to go ahead and add a footer. So let's go ahead and say Add New. What type of template do you want to make? I'd like to make a footer template, and we'll just call it Site Footer. And create template. And like we can with the header, we can choose from a bunch of templates that are still loading up. Let's give it a minute. There we go. So if you wanted to start with kind of a pre-built layout, this is one library you can choose from with Elementor Pro if you wanted to get a good jumping off point. But we'll just go ahead and X out for now. We just want to establish we can successfully edit our footer area. So we can see we now have this option on the bottom to add in some styling. It's letting us know our license isn't activated yet. We'll just X out of there. But what I'll do is put maybe a single section in here for now and head back to the widgets. I would like to add in maybe a text box, or I'll just add in a heading actually, just to establish we can edit this area. We'll say this is our footer. And we'll put some links down here, kind of like a site-wide directory and stuff like that. But let's just establish this works. We'll just put a little background color on here and publish. Just like with the header, we want to say, where do you want the template to display? I want it to display on the entire website. So we'll save and close that. And now if I head back to my front end here, I should see, there we go. So now we've established complete control over what we can edit. We can edit the header, we can edit the main body section, and we can edit the footer. And so now we can actually go about building out an awesome looking page. And we'll continue with that down the line, and I'll see you in the next step. Now we'll want to build out our contact form. This is a way people can get in touch with us. They can fill out the form and it'll send us an email. We'll want to start out by going back to our general WordPress dashboard here out of the Elementor editor. I'll want to go to Pages, Add New. We're adding a new page dedicated to a contact form. So I'll just call it Contact Us for now. Call it Contact Us, and we can go ahead and publish that. From here, I'll want to launch the Elementor editor. And Elementor actually has a widget dedicated to the form. So we can actually create a form right in Elementor. And what I'll do is I'll click the Add New Section icon here. We'll head back to our widgets area. We'll search up form, and there it is. We can simply drag that in here, And there we go. We have the core of our form. And it's pretty much set up by default to be a contact form with name, email, and message. And we can actually add fields in here. If you have something you want to add phone number or another field in, we can do that very easily by just clicking on Add Item. And we'll dive into the specifics of this form here in a little bit. We just want to bust out the core functionality of the website at the moment. So other than form fields, we can close this one up. We'll want to say actions after submit. And by default, email is selected. We'll want to leave it as email. And then under email right here, we'll want to say, who does the email go to? It goes to my email address there. And who is the email from? We'll just say it's from my email there as well. And this is the subject of the email that'll be coming to me when people submit the form. And what will be in the email is just whatever they fill out here in the fields. So we're pretty good to go here on this contact page for now. We'll come back, like I said, and put in, a heading and style everything up. But for now, we have the core functionality, so I'll go ahead and click on Update right there at the bottom. The next thing to do is add a menu for the website. So currently, we plan to have a menu right here in the header. That'll let people kind of navigate between the home page and the contact page, and eventually we'll also have some other pages to put up there. But now that we have 2 pages created, let's go ahead and build a menu. To start doing that, we'll want to head back to the general WordPress dashboard. From here, we'll want to head to Appearance, Menus. Then we can actually create our first menu. I'll just call it Main Menu. Create menu right there. And then now that we have a menu created, we can add pages to it. And you can see on the side, this is where we can add in pages. We can, search pages if we have, a whole lot of them to choose from. But for now, we only have the 2 we'd like to put on the menu. You just select them and click on Add to Menu. And you can drag and drop to reorder these, or you could set up a sub item if you wanted to have maybe a drop down. And you can, have sub items of sub items and all sorts of things like that with menus. But we'll just go ahead and leave it at that, just the 2 pages. We'll save the menu, and we'll want to view the front end now and reload. And as you can see, the menu's not here yet because we haven't installed, a navigation menu right here. So in order to do that, we'll want to edit the site header we had created earlier. And if you remember, we can edit the site menu by heading to the WordPress backend. Under Templates, we can actually go in and edit our header. But I'll show you actually a shortcut we can use to get there. If in Elementor, if there's a template acting on a given page, you can see it by hovering over this Edit with Elementor button. And I can see the site header right here. And if I just click site header, it's going to go ahead and launch it for me. So that's a pretty easy shortcut to edit any template that's acting on a page you're looking at. So what we'll want to do is add in a navigation menu. So I'll type nav menu. There we go. The nav menu is what I want. I'll click and drag that in there. And you can see it by default selects the main menu. If you have multiple menus, you'll want to select the one to go here, but we just have the one for now. And I'll just do some basic styling, like right aligning the menu right here on alignment. And another thing I'll do real quick here is I'll middle align the elements. You can see the image here is kind of centered and then the menu's up in the corner. We can fix that pretty easily if we just head to the section settings right here. And we can see vertical align. We'll want to set that to middle. There we go. So now our menu is aligned in the middle there. So if I go ahead and update and head back to the website here, I'll just go back through the dashboard and head back to visit my site. There we go. So now we have our menus right here, and people can navigate over to the Contact Us page and then again back over to the home page. So yeah, that is how we can create that contact page. Now, when people submit this contact form, it will send us an email. But sometimes, depending on your hosting and whatnot, emails can be a little bit spotty as to whether they get sent or delivered. So let's install a couple of plugins to help out with making sure our emails get delivered. And so if I head back to the dashboard here, let's head to Plugins, Add New. I'm going to install 2 plugins. One of them is called Email Log. And that one will actually keep a copy of emails on our WordPress website, just in case for some reason the email is not getting delivered. Maybe a contact form will get lost, but now that we have the Email Log plugin, we can always go back and see, okay, it tried to send this email, so I have actually the record of the contact form being submitted. It's a nice plugin to have. just kind of as a backup, as a net to catch all your emails. Then another plugin we'll want to install is WP Mail SMTP. So WP Mail SMTP. And what this plugin will do is it helps with our mail deliverability. And once I activate this, I'll show you some of the settings real quick. So it adds this item right here on the bottom. We can also access those settings by clicking right here on settings. And it lets us force a from email. So every email from the website is going to be from this email address here. And I can also hook up to a mailer. If you're having real problems with your mail deliverability, for some reason your emails aren't being sent, you can go through and hook up to Gmail or a service like SendGrid or Mailgun. What these will do is they'll send the email through their server so that it's more likely it's going to be delivered than just sending from your host server where your WordPress website is hosted. So if you're having real problems with your emails being delivered, I would definitely recommend diving into some of the settings of WP Mail SMTP, but just having it on the website can help you out with deliverability as well. And that about covers our contact form and some kind of backups to make sure our forms are getting to the right place. And I'll see you in the next step. So now it's time to install LifterLMS and actually get the functionality of our courses established. I'll start out by heading to the WP admin here, WordPress backend, and I'll head to Plugins, Add New, and the free core LifterLMS plugin is on the WordPress repository, so we can actually just search up LifterLMS here and find it. We will be using, Payment Gateway and a bunch of functionality of Lifter that is paid, but for now, we'll just install the free core plugin and I'll show you generally how it works. We'll start off by working with the setup wizard that will launch automatically when we activate the plugin. It's just welcome to LifterLMS, get started now. It's just going to create a couple of pages for us. We had the home and contact page. Now we'll have course catalog, membership, checkout, and student dashboard. These pages, like the course catalog by default, will just display all of our courses. Membership catalog will display our memberships. Checkout is where students can go check out. And the student dashboard is where students can view and manage their enrollments and kind of view their courses and whatnot. It's kind of a portal for them to log into. So we'll save and continue. It'll create us those 4 pages, and we can select our payment method, where our business is located and the currency we accept. If you'd like to enable offline payments, if you're not going to be working with the LifterLMS payment gateway and maybe you're accepting checks or some other payment gateway for your courses, you might want to work with this. But for now, I'll leave it turned off. We'll click Save and Continue, and you can help improve LifterLMS by sending anonymous usage data. Just click on Allow, and that should be it. We can actually set up a sample course here, a quick start course, and for this website, we'll have 2 courses on there, and this will be one of them, the quick start course for us. So I'll just go ahead and install a sample course, and it will build us the quick start course. It's great. So you can see it built out the quick start course for LifterLMS. There's a lot of new information on this page. We have all these new items right here on the sidebar and all sorts of information packed in right here. But pretty much all you need to know is that a course functions very similar to the homepage we created. We have a title right here. There's all sorts of text and information down here. But the core thing that makes a course different from a page like we had created a homepage is that we have this course builder right here. And if I click Launch Course Builder, it'll actually show me the structure of the course. And we'll see that here in a second once it loads up. There we go. So we can see LifterLMS breaks down courses into sections, and you can actually expand all here and lessons. So a section is a way to kind of categorize and group your lessons. And so we have section 1, section 2, section 3, and 4 here. And if I head back, we can actually see these lessons. This is where we can edit the lessons, but if we head back to view course here, we can see it has the course syllabus right here. And this is the same thing we were just looking at. This is just what it looks like on the front end for students. And what we were just looking at in the course builder was how we can edit these individual lessons here. And we'll end up using a a layout with Elementor where we can style it up however we want. But for the moment, this is what LifterLMS looks like out of the box. And yeah, so now we've installed LifterLMS, run the setup wizard, and we'll dive into actually building out our course programs in the next step here. So for adding in our course programs, as you saw, we had installed the sample course that LifterLMS comes with, the LifterLMS Quick Start course here. On this site, I'm going to have two courses. We'll use this one right here as one of my courses, but my second course is going to be the LifterLMS Quizzes course. And if you want to check this one out, you can find it on the academy.lifterlms.com site, but we'll be adding it in here as our second course program, our second course offering. And what we'll end up doing is having an upsell. So when you buy one, we'll offer an upsell to the other, but we'll have two courses on our site. And this one here, the Quick Start course, is already built out as we saw. And what we'll need to do now is install our quizzes course. And this is right here, just a Google Doc. It's kind of a best practice when creating courses to lay out your course in a Google spreadsheet or just kind of any spreadsheet, and make sure you have all your content in order. And you can see here I have Google Documents with the text for each of my lessons. And I just have it linked over there so I know, this is the copy for my lessons that I want to have, on each of these lessons here, along with like the content that's all linked up. So it's a good way to organize and lay out your course, and it makes adding the content in super fast. As you can see here, I also have my lesson videos. And these videos you can see here are YouTube links because this course is actually free for the public, so I have them hosted on YouTube. But for your course, if it's behind a paywall, it's good to use a host like Vimeo Pro or Wistia Pro in order to lock down the videos so that only people who buy your course can see your videos. Whereas with these YouTube links, I'm not really too concerned with people sharing them. But if you are concerned with locking them down for privacy, we recommend Vimeo Pro or Wistia Pro as really good options for that. And yeah, so let's go ahead and start installing our sample course content. What I'm going to go ahead and do is add a new course here. And we will title this LifterLMS Quizzes course. I'll just go ahead and copy the title out of my spreadsheet there. We'll go ahead and click on Publish. And X out of there. Now what I want to do is head down to the course builder. And here we go. So this course is currently blank, but as you can see here in my spreadsheet, I have it laid out. I have like section 1, the title, and then the titles of my lessons. So let's go ahead and add a section in the course builder. We'll give it a title section 1, the basic quiz system. And some people can get kind of confused where it says section 1, section 1. And if I add a lesson, you'll see lesson 1, new lesson. All that will appear on the front end is what you type right here in this box. So they won't, students won't actually see section 1, section 1. It will just say whatever you type in this box as the title for the section. And yeah, so we've added a new lesson here. I'm going to go ahead and add in my entire syllabus, and we can edit the lessons individually from there. So there's lesson 1 and lesson 2. Going in and building out the skeleton of your course like this just makes it a lot easier for going back and kind of seeing the bigger picture as you're building your course content. Rather than going all the way into the lesson editor and then coming back, it's good to just build out your whole course structure like this. New lesson. Next one we call it reorder items. We have short and long answer. Then we have file upload. Then code question. And scale question. And that should round us out for section 2 here. And next is section 3. There we go. And if you end up, wanting to reorganize lessons, you can do that pretty easily if you just click on these these 6 dots right here, you can just move lessons around in case you accidentally put one in the wrong place or want to reorganize things later on. All right, so section 3, we have conclusion, and we have 2 lessons in this section, and last one is where to go from here. There we go. Cool. So now we'll want to wait and make sure our changes are saved. This button in the corner here, the Save Changes button, will light up every few seconds, and it'll go ahead and automatically save our changes, or we can go ahead and just click on it to save our changes. And it's good when working with the course builder to just reload every once in a while and make sure that your changes are saved. We can expand all, and yep, we are good to go. All of our changes are here, and now we have the skeleton, the outline for our course, and we can go ahead and add in our lesson content. So I already have all my lesson content, my copy for my lessons in these Google documents. So I'm just going to go through and then do Command A, Command V, and just put all of my lesson content in the in my lessons. So to open the lesson editor, we'll just want to hover over my first lesson and click on the WordPress logo there. And sometimes you can get these errors, but if you just reload the page, oftentimes they'll just go away and it won't be an issue. But if those errors do persist, I definitely recommend getting in touch with Lifter support, or if you're working with a developer, to see what's going on. But oftentimes just reload the page and you should be good to go. So we have the quiz settings here, and you can see this lesson is blank. If I go ahead and view the lesson, it should just be, a blank lesson here. We just have the mark complete and the navigation to our other lessons here. And so we'll want to go ahead and add in our content. And so head back to my document and go get our content for this lesson. So I'm just going to do, you'll just want to click and select your entire lesson content and copy that. Command C, and then head back to lesson. I'll go ahead and add maybe a paragraph text block and put it down there on the bottom. In the Gutenberg editor, you can rearrange your blocks by clicking on this navigation on the side here. But we'll just paste. Oops, paragraph, paste. There we go. So there's our lesson content, and it can get a little annoying with the blocks. It creates all of these individual blocks, so sometimes you'll have to do a little reorganizing of your items here in your lesson. But it's not too big of a deal. As you can see, there we go. We just finished that. We'll click on Update, and let's view the lesson. And there we go. So now we have our content right here from our template here. And what we'll end up doing is putting a template over the lesson. So we'll style it up however we want to. But for now, we just want to make sure our lesson content is added and is good to go. So now what I'll do is head back to the course builder. Now that we've updated, we can just X out of here, X out of here. And if we reload this course builder now, we should have an indicator that we have some content in our lesson. Yep, you can see right here in blue, this lesson here lights up and it says it has content. So now we'll want to just go through all the rest of our lessons and insert our lesson content. Command A, Command C, and we're getting that same error. We'll just reload and we should be good to go. And there we go. So go ahead and put a paragraph. We'll just move that up. There we go. So yeah, what I just did there was I created a paragraph and typed some sample text and then pasted in my text. That way it formatted the button. I didn't have to go rearrange there. But it should be an issue if you have to rearrange a few items on your lesson. Since we'll be using a template anyway, it doesn't really matter what that page looks like. We just want to make sure all of our content is in our lessons. All right, there we go. So fill in the blank question type is our next lesson. And once again, getting that error, but we're good to go. Here's our lesson content update. and X out of here. Short and long answer is our next one. Oh wait, short and long answer here is that, oh, did I mix those two up? We have reorder items and short and long answer, yeah, so I just mix these two up right there in the course builder. So go ahead and reload. Short and long answer. Short and long answer, let's grab our text and go ahead in here, add paragraph, move it up, and paste in our content. Update. And yeah, you sometimes have to watch out. When I go for the update button, I hover over here and I accidentally click on one of these other drop downs that I don't mean to click on. So let's X out of there. Next is reorder items. All right, there we go. It's strange I'm getting this error every time, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. Update, it's out of here. Next is the file upload question type. Look for file upload. Command C. Add in a paragraph. Move it up. Select and paste in our content. Update. And post update is great. Next is the code question. Copy. And let this load up here. Paragraph. Select and paste. Update lesson. X out of here. X out of here. And now if we reload the course builder, we're not done yet, but we should see a lot of these lessons now say that they have content in them. Yep, so we can see all these ones here have that file indicator letting us know we have some content in there. So next is the scale question. Go ahead and add a paragraph. Type some sample text. Paste in our content, update, and there we go. Next is the reporting, wrap-up, and bonus. Then go ahead and paragraph to the top and paste in our content. Go ahead and update that. And X out of here, X out of here. So now our last lesson is going to be where to go from here. And where to go from here. Open the WordPress editor. Reload the page. We run into an error. And get our content out of here. Paragraph, and paste. Update. And there we go. So now if we reload the course builder over here, we should see that all of our lessons let us know that they have content in them. Yep, there we go. So you can see this blue folder or content icon is lit up on all of our lessons. So now what we want to do is insert our videos. So we'll want to add the featured video. You can see here I have lesson video links all laid out here, and all of my lessons have videos except for this last one. We can add a video into a lesson in two different ways. They'll get us the same result either way, but the first way is to click on this gear icon right here, the settings icon. It'll open up some settings for us, and we have this video embed URL. We can just paste our video right there, and we'll be good to go. Another option we have is to open the lesson editor. So if we were to click on Open with WordPress, and we head to Edit Lesson, we can scroll down, and on this page, we also have the same video embed URL. So if you're on this page, you can go ahead and click and paste in your video link. It's just a little bit faster to do it right from the course builder because you could just go all your lessons in the line if you have a spreadsheet laid out like this. So we'll go ahead and copy my link, open the settings, and paste in the YouTube link. And we'll just go down the line and get all of our videos in. So lesson 2, video embed. Lesson 3, click on the settings icon, embed video. Lesson 4, and so on. And our last video here, reporting wrap-up and bonus. We will put the video right there and X out of here. And we should wait for the Save Changes button to light back up, and we can save our changes. But that is the entire course content built out. And let's actually view a lesson here in a second once the Save button lights up. I guess we should be good to go, if it's not lighting up for us. So quiz settings, you can see we should have our video right there. It is now in the lesson, and the formatting does look a little off, but as I mentioned, we'll be putting a template on here, so it doesn't matter what it looks like right now, but the point is we have our content in here, and the entire content of the course is now on our website. So we're pretty much done here with this quizzes document. We can X out of there, and we'll move on to the next step, where we should be diving into, actually, I'm not sure, what are we diving into here in the next lesson? Or the next section here, we'll be diving into how we can add our quizzes in. Yeah, so we do have a quiz on this course right here, this quizzes course. We'll have a quiz at the end, and we'll dive into the quiz builder and how you can work with the LifterLMS quiz system. All right, so for adding our quiz, we'll be adding the quiz right here to the reporting wrap-up and bonus lesson. In order to add a quiz in Lifter, what you'll want to do is click on this question mark icon you see on any lesson, and you can put a quiz on every lesson if you want to, but I just have one in this course, and that goes right here on reporting wrap-up and bonus. So if you click on that question mark icon, we'll see this pop up on the side. We'll want to create a new quiz, and there's all sorts of settings that pop up. The main ones to pay attention to are this published icon right here in the top. This will make sure our quiz is live and students can take it. If you want to build your quiz on the back end of your course without students being able to take it, you can just leave this unchecked and go ahead and build it out on a lesson, and when you're ready to go live, just check that mark and it'll be good to go. The other ones we want to pay attention to are passing percentage. This is the required percentage students need to get on the quiz in order to pass. We can limit the attempts. If you wanted to say you can only try the quiz 5 times, you have the option to set that there. And then if you wanted to set a time limit, so they only have 30 minutes to take the quiz, that is an option right there. If you want to show correct answers at the end, this will allow you to see if a student gets a question wrong, you can show them what the right answer was. Sometimes if you're working with complicated material, this can help ease frustration with students if they get a question wrong. And then randomized question order. This one is if you want to randomize and mix the bag so students can't just go through and know 1 is A, 2 is B. It'll randomize it every time. So they actually have to read the question and it makes sure they answer the one they're looking at correctly. So those are some settings to know here, but we can just go ahead and minimize that by clicking on this little arrow in the corner. And if I head down here to add question, we can see we have the multiple choice, picture choice, true, false. These are in the free LifterLMS plugin. You can use these. In this quiz, I'm actually going to want to use some of these advanced question types. So we'll need to buy the LifterLMS advanced quizzes and install that. What I'll go ahead and do is I have my account open here, and I do have the Infinity bundle, so I can go ahead and download the advanced quizzes extension here and upload that to my website. So if I see advanced quizzes, that's what I want. Go ahead and click on download and head back over to my website. We'll need to go to the plugins area and install this new plugin. So under plugins, installed plugins, add new, we will go ahead and, oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to click on upload plugin, and then I'll just click and drag right to choose file and install now. Once that's installed, we can go ahead and activate. And from here, we can go back into the course builder. And if I get out of here and reload, we should have those advanced quizzes question types available to use now that we have the advanced quizzes add-on. So scroll down here, open my quiz, and add question. There we go. So now these are available for use, and we can continue to build out our quiz. So I'm actually going to look over to this other screen here where I actually have this quiz built out, and I'm just going to copy over. If you build your course content before you create your website and put in all the course content, it makes it a lot easier to build out your content because you can just copy and paste over. So my first question here is multiple choice. So we'll say, what question type is this? And this quiz is actually, or this course is actually all about teaching you how to use the quiz system. So this quiz will be about, teaching you about the different question types. And so we can add an option by clicking on this plus icon right here to add a choice. And I'll just say picture choice, multiple choice, fill in the blank, and true, false. And the correct answer here is multiple choice, so we'll just click on B and select that. And that's all we have for that question, so let's go ahead and minimize that question. And the next question I have here is called picture choice. And this is just the same question type as multiple choice, except rather than choosing from text, you choose from images. So let's see. I do have a few images in here, some sample images I got from the LifterLMS graphics pack. So let's take a quick detour and go upload some images I can use in this question type. So with the Infinity Bundle, you do get this graphics pack. It's just a whole lot of images and different things you can use in your website. So I'll go ahead and download that. We'll go ahead and unzip it real quick. And there we go. So we have the graphics pack. And then I can go to my media library and I'll just upload a few of those images that I'm going to use here in my quiz. All right, there we go. So select files. We can actually just open Finder here. I'm just going to drag in some images that I want to use here. So let's find some, what do they have? Not those. We'll look around here. Notification icons. So if you do get the Infinity Bundle or the Universe Bundle, you'll have access to this whole library of icons you can use. So let's look for general business, graphic design, health, illustrated achievement badges. Is that possible yet? I believe I was using, was it emoji? No, it was not. It's birthday icons. No. It was not that. Not help. Illustrated, I guess we were using a star diamond. Okay, here we go. So we were working with, I'll want to use this one. I'll also want to use this one here. I'll want to use a heart and a present. A heart. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Rather, heart and a present. Let's see here. Prize, that's what it's called. There we go. Cool, so now that I have those images uploaded, I'll want to return to my course builder, and I can say, which picture depicts a star is my question. And I have 4 choices. We'll just add in those images here I just uploaded. And cool. So the correct answer is A, so we'll go ahead and minimize that because we're good to go. Our next question is, this is the true-false question type. And the answer is true because this is a true-false question type. So we can go ahead and minimize that because we are good to go. And the next one is fill in the blank. And for the fill in the blank question type, you do need to have at least 3 blanks in your question in order to register it as a blank, and students can actually click on the blank and type in what the correct answer is. And if there is a correct answer, you can say right here, correct answer. In our case, it would be blank, would be the correct answer. I'm just going to leave any answer for this, but if there is a correct answer for your question, feel free to type in what that is, so students have to get that one right there. So our next one is reorder items, and what we'll want to do is put these items in alphabetical order. And what are our options? We have 4 options. Oh, it's not. Artwork. LifterLMS and Rocket. There we go. So they'll have to drag these ones around and put them in the correct order. And when you put your items here in order, you'll want to make sure, this is going to be 1. And what it'll do is it'll automatically randomize when the student takes this quiz. It'll randomize, shuffle them up, and they'll have to click and drag them into the right order. So the same is true for reorder pictures, except rather than text, they'll be reordering images. And we will want to say, put these, our question is, put these items in alphabetical order by name. Put these items in alphabetical order by name. And for this one, I actually had a description just to clarify a little bit what the items are. The items are diamond, gift, heart, star. So the reason I wanted to clarify, at least with this one, is because, it can be up in the air as to, is this a diamond or a jewel? And so that can just clarify the correct order of what order they're supposed to put these in. Add image, star. So that's the correct order. We can go ahead and minimize. And if you wanted to add an explanatory video or an explanatory graphic, you could do that pretty easily in your question as well. So if you had like math equations, oftentimes multiple choice or picture choice is the best way to go. And you can just take some screenshots for the answers if you can't fit a math equation as an example in the, in the course builder. So the next one is a short answer question type. And here I just have, you can type whatever you'd like. So the short answer question type is often for just filling out like a sentence. If there is a question like, I guess, what was the first sentence of the book we read? You might want to have students type that out there, but I just have, you can type whatever you'd like because this quiz is not going to be graded. And you can type whatever you'd like. And it's a very similar story with the long answer question type, except they have a whole WYSIWYG editor they can work with and type out a whole paragraph and essay if they wanted to. You can also set a minimum and maximum for that one if you wanted to. All right, then we have file upload. For this one, did I actually skip this one? I believe I did, yeah. So in this quiz, I don't actually utilize file upload. But if you have maybe a course on learning how to play an instrument and you want students to upload an MP4 or MP3 of themselves playing the instrument or playing a specific song, that would be a possible use for the file upload question type. So the code question type is going to be where students can type code. This is very niche. If you're teaching a course on coding, this question you'll use almost all the time. But if you're not, you'll probably never use this question type. Graded. And if you are working with a course that has to do with coding, you can say what language you want students to type their code answer in. JavaScript, HTML, or CSS, whatever you'd like there. And then we have the scale question type. The scale is where students enter a value of, what might be the correct answer. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, if there's some specific answer to a question, maybe, what would be an example? Like if you're working in a specific industry and there's some sort of industry standard and a student might need to know a number on a scale, this would be a good place to use that kind of question type. So my question, though, is on a scale of 1 to 10, how great is LifterLMS? And we can set a minimum value. That's going to be 1 and 10 for my scale of 1 to 10. And then the minimum label is going to be poor to let you know, like, maybe this is cold or hot, whatever your rating. And not poor to excellent. So 1 is poor, 10 is excellent. And this one actually does have a correct answer of 10. And there we go. So that's everything for my quiz. So I'm good to go. You can see I have 10 points here. And if you wanted to have some points be weighted more than others, you can just click right here to add some weight to this question. So this question might be worth 3 points if you get this one right, because it's super important to know the answer to that versus the other ones. And you can see we have a quiz light up indicator there letting us know we have a quiz on that question type. And that about wraps it up for advanced quizzes and the LifterLMS quiz system. And yeah, we'll see you in the next part. All right, so our next step is to work with LifterLMS advanced videos, but quickly before we move on, let's check out the quiz and actually what it looks like. So if I view the lesson and I head into Take Quiz, we can actually see the quiz we just put together in action. Start quiz, we can see what type of question is this, multiple choice, which image depicts a star, we have that one right there. And this is a true-false question type, that's true. Fill in the blank. Next question. Put the items in alphabetical order. The randomizer got it pretty close, but there we go. Put these items in alphabetical order. We have a diamond, a gift, a heart, and a star. There we go. I can type whatever I'd like. This is the short answer question type. Hello. Next. And this is the long answer question type. Very similar, just a different editor. If you wanted to have someone write an essay, they could do that, and they could use, heading 1 font and write a whole kind of story if you wanted them to. So code question type, they can type here any kind of code you would want them to. Oh, and I of course selected JavaScript as the editor, so HTML is not going to work in here, but we'll just type whatever and move on. On a scale of 1 to 10, how great is LifterLMS? And you can see I can select from the scale here how great LifterLMS is. 10 out of 10, complete the quiz, and there we go. So with some of the, I thought I had selected 10 as the correct answer there, but you can see here this is a good demonstration of how the quiz system works. It shows us what questions are correct in green, what questions are wrong in red, and then in orange, it will show us some questions that are manually graded. Now, a manually graded question type is one that the instructor has to go into the back end of the website and grade and give some remarks on. So for short answer and long answer, these subjective question types in code, they need to be manually graded. And I'll show you real quick how you can find the quizzes that need to be graded. So if I go to the back end as an instructor, if I go then to LifterLMS reporting, and then I go to should be quizzes right there, and I see reporting wrap up and bonus quiz, and I can actually see the attempts for the quiz. There's actually one attempt right there awaiting review, but if I go into attempts, I can see there's one that does need to be reviewed, and it's this one right here, the one I just did. And I can see here, fill in the blank is what I had selected, and I can go ahead and start a review. And you can leave remarks on all the questions if you wanted to, but the most important ones are where, as the instructor, I need to assign a grade. So this was a good answer, so I'm going to give him 1 point for that and leave any remarks I'd like. And I can give myself just enough to pass here. And there we go. So I can then save my review, and we should be good to go. And yeah, now it updates and shows me if I got it right and whatnot. But typically the instructor and the student's not the same person, but this is what the instructor does to grade a quiz, and the student, as you saw, just took the quiz. But yeah, so that's the overview of how the LifterLMS quiz system works. And now let's dive into advanced videos. So advanced videos is another add-on from Lifter. It allows you to do a couple of things. You can restrict students' abilities to leave the page when watching a video for a course. You can force a student to complete a video before being allowed to move on to the next lesson or take a quiz. This is pretty useful in industries where maybe there's government standards where you have to make sure your students are watching the entirety of the course. That's where advanced videos might come in to help you out with making sure they are watching all the videos, and it gives you a few more advanced reporting and advanced metrics on videos, like how much of the video has been watched and whatnot. So let's go ahead and install advanced videos. Like we did with advanced quizzes, I'm going to head to my LifterLMS.com account, and I have the Infinity bundle here, so we're looking for advanced videos. Go ahead and download, and we'll head to the back end of my website, go to plugins, add new, then upload, and we'll drag in advanced videos. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Drag in advanced videos there and install now. And there we go. Activate plugin. And now we should have advanced videos installed and activated. And what we'll want to check out, what did that add to the website? If we head to the LifterLMS settings here, we should see a few more options. So if we head now to, I believe this is going to be located under courses. There we go. So we have some site-wide settings for advanced videos. If you want to say you must complete all of the videos on the website in order to move on. Let's see here. It currently says video progression settings. Oh yeah, so we'll want to make sure we head to integrations and check what video providers you're working with. So if we want to say we're working with YouTube for this website, or if you're working with Vimeo or Wistia, you'll want to enable them. And then we'll dive into these settings real quick here. Let's head to integrations real quick and go ahead and check. I'm going to be working with YouTube. It's going to work the same with Vimeo and Wistia, but with YouTube is what I'm working with. I want to make sure I'm working with YouTube videos, so advanced videos is looking out for YouTube videos. And so we have some options with YouTube videos. We can disable player controls if you don't want them to be able to pause and move throughout the video. If you wanted to disable full screen, you could, or you could change the play bar. If you didn't want it to be a red play bar for YouTube, you could change it to white. I'm going to leave these settings blank for now, but if you wanted to work with those, you could. The big thing is we'll want to make sure we enable it. And then if we head to courses, we should see these settings here are all good to go. We can go ahead and use these. So if we wanted to require video completion for all the videos on all my courses, this would be the way to go right here. Or if I wanted to do auto advance, I could select that right here. So what auto advance does is when a student completes the video, a countdown timer will display, and when it's done, it'll automatically move on to the next lesson. And unless there's a quiz or something, in that case, it'll take them into the quiz automatically. So if you wanted to do that, you could go ahead and say, after 30 seconds When the video ends, I want to count down from 30 seconds and then move the student on. That's a neat feature if you wanted to try that one out. So I'm just going to leave those off for now, but if you wanted to set those on a site-wide, you could. You can even actually set them on a course level too, and we'll explore those settings real quick right here. So this is the site-wide settings. The next option is for the course settings. So for this entire course, follow these rules. If we scroll down here on our course, we see advanced videos, and we see the same settings we just saw, but these will only apply to this course. And if you wanted to do some different courses, like in my other course, the Getting Started course, I believe those videos are hosted with Wistia, so I might want to do different settings or whatnot. So now that we have LifterLMS set up and Elementor set up, we now can integrate the two with the third-party LifterLMS integration. What this allows us to do is use Elementor to customize our LifterLMS lessons. And what you'll need with LifterLMS is just this single site activation license. Should be about $89 a year there. But if you're working with multiple sites, you may want to consider one of these higher licenses, but we'll just need this one site activation. I already do have an account with Tangible, so I'm going to go ahead and download the LifterLMS zip file here, and we can go ahead and upload that as we did with our other plugins. Go ahead to Plugins, Add New, then Upload, and I'll just drag my zip file right here and install now. Go ahead and activate the plugin. And awesome, so now we can use Elementor to create a template for our lessons, and let's jump into doing that now. So I'll want to head to Templates on the side. We'll click that. We'll go ahead and say Add New. I'm going to say Single, Lesson, and then we'll just call it, Lesson Layout is what I'll name this template. Go ahead and create the template. There we go. So we have some blocks. If you had Elementor Pro activated, you could choose from, but I'm just going to X out of here. We'll build from scratch. So to show you what we're building here, like what this lesson template looks like, I'll go ahead and open a lesson so you can see kind of live what we're changing. So this is what LifterLMS looks like out of the box. It just puts, the video on top here, the title, back to course link, our content, and the Mark Complete button. But there's not a lot of customizations we can make to this, which is why we want to use the LifterLMS. So here in Elementor, I can go ahead and click on Publish, and it's going to ask me, where do you want to display my template? I just want to display it on all of my lessons, so all of them are going to look like my template here. I'm going to save and close, and if I reload, this template should now be blank. Yeah, there it is. So it just has our header and footer because we don't have any content in here yet. But as you can see, all of our lessons are now taking on this template. So if I go to fill in the blank, it should just be nothing there because we haven't put anything in our template yet. But all of our lessons are now adopting the template we put right here. And the first thing we'll want to do is put in our title. Like we want the lesson title to show up at the top like it kind of was with Lifter, but we want to be able to customize it more. So let's go ahead and add in a heading, and we'll just drag that over here. And if I go ahead and update, we can see if that will propagate on the lesson. And there it is. So we can see add your heading here. And this is called quiz settings, this heading. So we'll say quiz settings. And then if I update, we should see that automatically propagate in our template here. There we go. So it says quiz settings. But there is one problem with this setup, is that this is the quiz settings lesson, so it has the right title. But if I go to maybe basic quiz questions and I view that lesson, it also says quiz settings. So that's kind of a problem. We want to make our lessons display what the title is rather than some static text. So in order to do that, we'll want to click on dynamic right here, and we'll want to say post title, and that will automatically fill in whatever the post title is or the lesson title. It will put it right there on the top. So if I reload quiz settings here, it should be exactly the same. But then if I go and open maybe fill in the blank and view that, it'll now say fill in the blank. So that's kind of like the magic of templates. You can create a layout and dynamically display whatever the post title is, put it right here. And that's kind of some of the power we unlock by using templates. And of course you can style up your lesson title. And if I go ahead and make my font size, maybe we'll do 35, you can center align it, and all of your lessons will take on this template layout with all of the styling settings and whatnot. So now that we have the title and we kind of understand how templates work, we can add in the rest of the lesson content. So with LifterLMS, you have access to some more widgets. If I scroll all the way to the bottom, we have our pro widgets here, we have some general widgets. They should be all the way at the bottom, our LifterLMS. And there we go. We have LifterLMS General, and we are actually looking for some LifterLMS. Oh yeah, so I guess it's going to be right here. In LifterLMS General, we could say lesson video is the one we're looking for. If we just drag in our lesson video and put it there, it will take whatever the featured video is for the lesson and display it right here. I'm going to go ahead and put maybe like a margin on this to make the video a little smaller. Remove some of the top and some of the bottom margin there. And then if I update and go view a lesson, it should take whatever my lesson video is and put it right there. There we go. So it just put in my lesson video right here. And now I can style it up however I want to, maybe add a sidebar. And we'll come back to the lesson template here and style it up once we have set everything else up on the site. But just to show you, let's recreate the 4 main elements of a lesson in Lifter. We have the title, the video already in here. Let's go ahead and put in the lesson content. So in order to enter our lesson content, that's going to be the text that we pasted in. That's going to be, if I edit the lesson here, we can see the lesson content is right here, this welcome to the lesson through this link right there. In order to display that content, we'll want to add in a text editor right there. I'll just put it below the video for now. And if I scroll down and update and reload on quiz settings, we should see it has that lorem ipsum text. But that is kind of a problem because we want to display our lesson content, not some static text. So again, we'll go to dynamic and scroll down on dynamic. We'll say lesson content under LifterLMS lesson content, and that will display whatever our lesson content is right there. So I can also style this up a little bit here. Just make the text black and maybe the font size 20, and go ahead and update. And then if I reload my lesson, there we go. It automatically filled in our lesson content. And let's go ahead and put the mark complete button on here last. And I'll search mark complete, mark lesson complete. We'll drag that right here and update. And so now we have the same elements, we've just recreated it. And now we can really control our lesson layout however we want to with Elementor here. We can add in styling, and we'll be back to do that in a bit, but I'll see you in the next step. All right, so the next step here, now that we've created a lesson template, we can do the same thing for courses and create a course template. So let's go ahead and clean up some of my tabs here, X out of there. Go ahead and head back to the back end of my website. And just like we did for lesson templates, we'll do the same for courses. So we'll head to templates, add new, single, course, and then we'll call this one course layout. Go ahead and create the template. We'll get that same Elementor pop-up. No thank you, we'll start from scratch. And we can, I'll go over to a course right now just to show you live kind of what we're doing. So go ahead and view the course. And there we go. So this is what the course looks like out of the box with Lifter. But let's go ahead and publish our layout here. We want to display this layout on all of our courses. And we should run into the same thing we did with lessons where it'll just be blank since we don't have any content in here yet. There we go. So it's just blank. And now we can do the same as we did with lessons. We'll add in a heading. Just put a heading there, update, make sure that's working over here. There we go. We'll say dynamic, post title, whatever the title is, go ahead and put it there. And we have LifterLMS quizzes course, there we go. And like we did with lessons, we now have control over the styling, and all of our courses will adopt this styling, whatever we set on our heading widget here. So what are the fundamental pieces of a course? You can design your program in different ways, but what most people will have in their course is the title, maybe a short description on the author, and then a syllabus. So if we go back to our widgets area in Elementor, we can scroll all the way to the bottom and see some available options. You might also have maybe an introductory video you want to put on this page, and you could do that as well, maybe as the course featured video. And there we go. So LifterLMS General. Let's go ahead and put a syllabus on here. That's something that you'll see on pretty much every course. So we'll say course syllabus. I find it much easier to just search for what you're looking for, and it'll pop right up for you. There we go. So course syllabus. We'll drag that right here, and there we go. So this is going to display for students how they can navigate through the lessons here. It shows us the sections and lessons. Let's go ahead and update that, and then reload the quizzes course. There we go. So it's displaying that same layout we're creating right here. And if I go check on the other course we have on the website, we have the Getting Started course. It should also have adopted the same layout that our quizzes course did. There we go. Official Quick Start course for Lifter. And yeah, that's awesome. So now we can, kind of customize this page, but that's the essentials of a course. It's just the title, the syllabus, and maybe a short description on the author. And like I said, we'll be back around to edit this and put on some more content later, style it up and whatnot. But that's the core of the course. One thing I like to do is put a link back to the dashboard at the bottom so students can pretty easily navigate around and it's a nice user experience. But like I said, we'll be back around to style that up. But that is how you can use templates to lay out your courses and your lessons. I'll see you in the next step. Step we'll dive into is setting up our WooCommerce store. WooCommerce is how we'll be selling our courses and collecting payments. Let's go ahead and get out of our template for courses here and head back to the dashboard. Then we'll want to head to plugins, add new. WooCommerce is pretty much a plugin that allows you to turn your website into a store, and it's what we'll be using to power our commerce engine in this tutorial. WooCommerce. You can search up WooCommerce on the WordPress repository. It is a free plugin, and we'll go ahead and say WooCommerce, install now. And for this tutorial, I would probably collect payments with Stripe. We're not going to go all the way with processing payments, but while you're here, if you plan on using Stripe or PayPal, you can actually go ahead and install that. So if you want to grab WooCommerce Stripe and PayPal are pretty similar processors for payments. Stripe just allows you to collect some credit and debit cards, and PayPal is going to be accepting payments through PayPal. And those are free on the WordPress repository. You can find Stripe right here. And if we search up WooCommerce PayPal, we should also see, oops, I spelled PayPal wrong. We should also see that for free on the WordPress repository. There we go, PayPal checkout. And for those, you will want to create an account with PayPal and a free account with Stripe in order to hook up your PayPal and Stripe to your store if you opt to use these gateways. But those are some great gateways for starting out that you can use for free. But for me right now, I'll just stick with the WooCommerce I already have installed. I'll go ahead and return to my installed plugins, and we'll go ahead and activate WooCommerce there. And it should launch the setup wizard for us. Let's see if it works. There we go. So it's going to take us through the setup wizard. It's going to ask us about our business, and you can fill all this information out. I'll just fill it out with test information for the moment, but you'll want to fill out your real, business name and address and whatnot. Go ahead and say I'm located in the United States. We'll say test, and I'll just put in some test content here. But if you want to fill out your, actual credentials here, that would be the thing to do there. So I'm going to accept payments in US dollars. What type of products do I plan to sell, both physical and digital? For my store, I'm only selling digital products, but if you want to sell both physical and digital, maybe if you're working with a yoga studio, you might ship somebody a yoga mat or some merchandise if you're selling that on your store. So I'll also be selling products and services in person. I'm not, so I'm going to go ahead and leave that blank. And it's going to say, help us improve WooCommerce tracking. Sure, yeah, I'll allow them to do some tracking on my website to improve WooCommerce. And it's going to ask me right here in the setup wizard if I want to install Stripe or PayPal. This is going to do what I just talked about, where you can install it yourself. If you want to have WooCommerce automatically install those for you, you can select those right here. I'm going to go ahead and opt out of those and click continue. And recommended. These are a couple of other related products if you wanted to integrate with these. For now, I'm just going to uncheck these and we'll just continue. Jetpack. I'm not going to work with Jetpack at the moment, so I'm going to go ahead and skip this step. But if you wanted to integrate with Jetpack for some automated taxes and some other store statistic stuff, you could do that. But I'm going to go ahead and skip this step. And the last step here looks like ready to go. So if you want to opt in for product updates, you can. And it's going to tell us where we can go from here. We can go ahead and create a WooCommerce product. We can either import products if you're migrating, which we're not doing, or I can also, return to my dashboard. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to head back to the WordPress dashboard here. And now we should have some more options on the side. As you can see here, we have WooCommerce and products. These are some new features we can work with. This is where we can track our orders, work with coupons, look at reporting and all that stuff. And then products is where we can actually make a product to sell. And that'll be where we list our online courses. And for right now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is check out some pages that WooCommerce should have created for us with the setup wizard there. If I head to pages, we should have some more here. We should have a shop page and a my account page and a purchase page, or rather it should be a cart and checkout. There we go. So cart and checkout, WooCommerce has created these pages for us. And these will be the pages we're working with where students can come view their courses and whatnot. And yeah, so that's it for setting WooCommerce up. In the next step here, we'll dive into creating a WooCommerce product and kind of starting to create the customer flow for purchasing our courses. So let's dive into some of the user experience of our website. Now that we have Elementor, LifterLMS, and we're getting WooCommerce installed, we can start to set up our customer flow and kind of how people will interact with our website. If I go ahead and view the front end of the website, we can see we have our menu here. That's going to take us to the home and the contact page we've created so far. But we can go ahead and add a few more pages to that menu now that we have them available for us. Pages like the WooCommerce My Account page, that would be the place for returning students. We'll also want to put our shop page on the menu so students can browse our available courses. And let's go ahead and do that. I'll head to the back end of the website, my blog, under Appearance, Menus. From here, we can go ahead and view all of our pages. We already have the home page on there. Let's go ahead and add the cart page to the menu. And I'll leave checkout off for now because people can go from the cart to checkout. We have Contact Us on there. We have the course catalog we could put on there, but rather we're going to put the shop on there to make things a little simpler. And then the My Account page. Go ahead and add to menu. And there we go. So now we can reorganize our menu. I'll say maybe put the cart right there. And then maybe the My Account can go there and the shop can maybe go in the middle. And go ahead and save menu. And now if I view the front end of the website, we should have some more things on our menu. There we go. We have the Contact Us, Shop, Cart, and My Account. So if I head over to the shop page, it should be blank since we haven't created any WooCommerce products yet, but we'll go ahead and do that here in a minute. But this kind of makes the usability, and you can see the website starting to come together and how people will interact with our website. We'll build out the home page, and they can also view our products on the shop and move from the cart all the way to checkout. And then if they're a returning customer, they can go ahead and head to My Account to view their orders and view their courses and whatnot. The next interaction we want to set up is between LifterLMS and WooCommerce. We want to set it up so that when somebody buys a product in WooCommerce, they're enrolled in a LifterLMS course. And we can do that with the LifterLMS WooCommerce extension. If you have the Infinity Bundle, you do have access to this. If you scroll down all the way, there we go, WooCommerce extension. I can go ahead and download that and head back to my dashboard and go ahead and head to Plugins, Add New, and Upload. This plugin right here will do exactly what I was talking about, where we want to say when somebody purchases this product in WooCommerce, enroll them in the LifterLMS course. And it will allow us to display some things like the My Courses area on the student dashboard, or rather the WooCommerce dashboard. It can show us the courses and other things we've purchased with Lifter right there on our dashboard. So now that we have the WooCommerce LifterLMS extension enabled, we can go ahead and turn that on. If I want to head to LifterLMS settings, we can head to integrations. Then we have WooCommerce here now as an option. and we're going to want to enable this integration. Go ahead and save changes. Awesome. So in WooCommerce, there are enrollment, or there are order statuses, and so what we want to say is whenever a product reaches this order status, go ahead and enroll them in the course. I'm going to go ahead and change it to processing. So once the payment has been accepted, go ahead and enroll them in the course. And I can see, unenroll the student if the order is canceled, if the order is refunded, or if the order fails, don't enroll the student. And I'm going to leave the default there because that looks good. And then my account endpoints. So what these are talking about is if I head to this front end of the website in a new tab here, we can see what they're talking about with those endpoints. If I go to the WooCommerce My Account, you see we have a whole lot of options here on the side, and we have like my grades, my memberships, achievements, and whatnot. Those are reflected right here. So on my website, if I'm not going to be working with achievements, I can just go ahead and X that out. And maybe I'm not going to be working with certificates, I'm not going to do voucher codes. I can go ahead and save my changes and then reload over here, and we should see the achievement, certificates, and vouchers should go away. So let's see if that works. There we go. So now we no longer have the certificates, achievements, and vouchers. I'm going to go ahead and remove my grades and my memberships. All I'll really need to display is just my courses. What has the student purchased? And we're only offering courses on this website, so just those 2 courses. And if I head there now, it should say I'm not enrolled in any courses, but we'll set up our store so that I can purchase courses through there. So yeah, that's the basics of the LifterLMS Elementor integration as far as the My Account page is concerned, but we'll also want to check out the access plan system. And like I said before, we want to look at that interaction between when somebody purchases this WooCommerce product, enroll them in the LifterLMS course. And so let's go ahead and set up a WooCommerce product to kind of make that flow come together. I'll go ahead and head to all WooCommerce products. And I don't have any yet, so I can go create a product. And we'll call this one LifterLMS Quizzes course. There we go. And there's a little introduction here if you wanted to do the walkthrough to tell you kind of how the product works. But I'll just X out of that for now. So this is the LifterLMS Quizzes course product. So when somebody buys the Quizzes product, enroll them in the Quizzes course is what we want to set up. And for a product, you pretty much only need 2 things as like the core essentials of the product. A title of the product and then the price of the product. I'm going to go ahead and check this as a virtual product because this product is not something I'm going to be delivering manually or sending out. It's not a physical product. This is going to be a virtual product. And my regular price for this course, I don't believe we have our pricing laid out yet, but let's just go ahead and say $10. And I'm going to go ahead and publish. And there we go. So now we have a published product. And if I go into my courses, let's make the link between the Quizzes product and the Quizzes course. I'm going to want to go ahead into my course in LifterLMS and click on Edit. Then if I scroll down to the access plan area, there we go, access plans. This is like to determine the access when this event happens, enroll them in the course. We're going to go ahead and click on Add New. This plan title will be Course Enrollment. And we don't really need any of this other stuff. We'll just want to check out WooCommerce product. And I only have one WooCommerce product, so we'll go ahead and select that. And then save right there at the bottom of the access plan section. And it's going to go ahead and update for us automatically. So now when somebody purchases our WooCommerce product, they will be enrolled in our Quizzes course. The thing we'll want to do to make sure the LifterLMS and WooCommerce integration is working is touch on a few WooCommerce settings. So under WooCommerce on the sidebar, you can head to Settings. And here we'll want to head to Accounts and Privacy. And it's by default set to allow customers to place an order without checkout. We want to disable this. So you must create an account on the website in order to check out. And that allows us to allow students to return to the website later and look at the products they had purchased. And what I can do is allow customers to log into an existing account during checkout. So if you already have an account and you want to log in and buy another item under that account, you can do that. And under account creation, we want to say allow customers to create an account during checkout. So on the checkout page, you can create your username and password, and we want to allow them to do that. So when creating an account, automatically generate the username based on the email. If you wanted to do that, you could. I typically leave that on. That way, there's no confusion between username, email, and password. Those are the three main credentials in WordPress. If you leave this checked, all they'll need to remember is their email and their password. So I personally like to leave that on. And when creating an account, automatically generate an account password. I'm going to turn that one off. I'm going to let them create their own password on checkout there. Let's go ahead and save changes, and we should be good to go with this integration. So heading back to the website, we can see our site is starting to come together, functionally at least. We have our shop page, cart page, checkout, and my account. Let's go into an incognito browser tab here in Chrome. In Safari, you might have a private browsing mode, but this allows us to check out what the site looks like when we're logged out. So I'll go ahead and paste my domain there and head over to my website. So now students or customers can head to our shop page. They can add our product to the cart, view cart. They can go ahead and check out. And on checkout here, they're offered, hey, are you a returning customer? Feel free to log in. They can fill out their information, create an account password, and place their order. Once they place their order, they'll be enrolled in the course, and they can return to the My Account page to log in and view their courses. So you can see the functionality for our website is starting to come together. In the next few steps here, we'll round out some of the final functionality and then style up our website and make it look awesome. I'll see you in the next step. So the next step in our process is to get the flow of our course programs all figured out. And we'll be using CartFlows for this step. CartFlows allows you to create sales funnels. It's kind of like how ClickFunnels work, where you can have one page lead to another that leads to checkout. And it walks through the WooCommerce checkout process very easily. And so this plugin will be utilized. I'm currently working with CartFlows Pro. And one thing we'll be using from CartFlows Pro will be the order bump feature. The order bump will let us have a box on checkout to upsell the customer to a new product, or maybe upsell to our second program. And so part of this website, for the sample website, is I have my 2 course programs. And let's go view that right now. I have courses. I have the Quick Start course and the Quizzes course. And for this demonstration site, what I'm going to do is add in coaching. So I'm going to click on Quick Edit here, and I'm just going to write and coaching for the moment. So the program that this site will be offering is we'll have this Quick Start course here that'll teach you generally about Lifter, and then the Quizzes course and coaching, which will be the upsell, and that'll be the more premium program. And this one will be priced at $500, and this one will be $100. And that would be done here in the WooCommerce products. So let's go ahead and get our WooCommerce products straightened out, and then we can install CartFlows and set up a sales funnel for students to, or customers to buy our courses. So let's go ahead and go to products here. And I do have the Quizzes course product, but I'm going to want to edit this. We'll say Quizzes course and coaching. And we'll use private areas in LifterLMS down the line in this tutorial here for the coaching. But for now, we'll say this is a $500 program. Go ahead and update that. And I only had the one product so far, the Quizzes course. Let's go ahead and add the product for my other course, the Quick Start course. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the title here, the official Quick Start course, and add new product. Give it that title, the official Quick Start course for Lifter. It's a virtual product, and this product is $100. Go ahead and publish that. And there we go. So now we have both of our WooCommerce products published. The next step is to go ahead and install CartFlows, and we can play around with that and build a basic sales funnel. So to do this, we'll want to head to Plugins, Add New, or I accidentally clicked Install Plugins there. We'll just head to Add New here in a second once the page loads up. We'll head to Add New at the top, and we can upload a plugin. I'm going to go ahead and open my Finder here in my downloads. I already have CartFlows and CartFlows Pro downloaded, and you can actually find CartFlows on the WordPress repository. That is a free plugin. They have a free version. And if I had here Funnel Builder CartFlows, go ahead and install that. And let me go ahead and also install the, let's go to the Finder here and drag and drop. I'll install the CartFlows Pro as well. So you'll need both CartFlows and CartFlows Pro in order to do the order bump feature we'll be working with here. Now I'll head to installed plugins, and I have CartFlows and CartFlows Pro. Let's go ahead and bulk activate these. Go ahead and apply. Awesome. So now it's going to let us know, hey, you'll want to put in your license key for CartFlows Pro to keep getting updates and whatnot. And let's deal with some of these notifications real quick. So I'm just going to X out of there for now. WooCommerce admin, if you wanted some nicer reporting with WooCommerce, you could install that plugin. I'm just going to dismiss that one for now. And this one is an important notification for us. Thanks for installing and using CartFlows. Please run the setup wizard. So let's go ahead and run the setup wizard for CartFlows. It's going to take us in here. Welcome to CartFlows. Let's go on to the next step. It'll say, what page builder are you working with? CartFlows can work with Divi, Beaver Builder, and Elementor very easily. We're working with Elementor, so let's go ahead and move on to the next step. Awesome, so choose a checkout. So we're going to choose the WooCommerce product. It's going to say if WooCommerce is not installed, it will install it for you, but we already have WooCommerce installed, so we'll just go ahead and click on yes, and it'll check. We do have WooCommerce installed. Do you want to opt in for some email notifications? I'm going to say no thanks to that at the moment, but congratulations. We can go ahead and create our first flow. And I'm just going to exit the setup wizard here so I can show you where in the sidebar we are. Right there on CartFlows, we have this new option. Under CartFlows, we have flows and settings. Settings is going to have a link to the database and some other resources, but we're mostly focused on flows. That's going to be the main area we spend time in CartFlows. So right here, we can add a new flow. And what a flow is it's pretty much a funnel. It's just a sales funnel. And if I go ahead and add new, they do have some ready-made templates that you can import if you wanted to check out or if you wanted to work from a template that's a little more complex, you could do that. But for our purposes, we'll go ahead and just start from scratch. Click on Design My Flow, and it's going to create a blank cart flow for us. And there we go. So we can give our cart flow a title. I will say LifterLMS Quick Start Course Sales Funnel. And this is just for my purposes in the back end of knowing what this sales funnel is for. And so you can see these have steps. We have the sales and landing page, a checkout page, and a thank you page. If I view the pages, they should be blank at the moment. Let's go ahead and view that. Yeah, it's just a blank page. And if I view the checkout, this is all blank. We just have the checkout and then a blank thank you page. So we can put in our content on these pages to round out the sales funnel and make sure it flows nicely. The first place we'll want to go here is we could check out probably the checkout page would be the best place to start. So this is what product are they going to check out? And I'm going to click on edit right here. Oh, and we'll want to make sure first, go ahead and update because I had made a change where I put in the name. Go ahead and update, and we'll click on edit right here on the checkout. So on this checkout page, this is where our content will go. If I view the step, or view the step in the cart flow, it's going to be blank right now, but if I put in some content and update that and reload the checkout page, you'll see the hello is on there. And we'll eventually use Elementor here, probably, or just the short code. But what we'll want to do is put on CartFlows checkout. We'll just take this short code, and rather than having hello here, we'll just put the short code. And what that'll do is it'll automatically populate with the checkout page. Go ahead and reload. And it says no product selected. It's letting us know we don't have a product, like what product are they checking out with when they're on this page. And we can do that by selecting, or we could select our product by clicking on Select Product. And we want to do, this is for the Quick Start course. So let's search up Quick Start course, and it's going to look at our WooCommerce products. And this is the one we want them to check out on this checkout page with. I'm going to update that and then reload my checkout page here. And we should have a clean checkout. And there's our $100 Quick Start course. And there we go. So it has the form all filled in here, the general WooCommerce checkout with first name, last name, and all the relevant information. And if we had a payment gateway right here, it would say, do you want to pay with Stripe or PayPal? And we could pay right there. And we'll install those in a little bit here, but it looks like the checkout page is working well for the moment. The next thing we'll want to examine is the order bump. which is this next feature right here. If you click on Order Bump, we'll enable Order Bump, and we'll need to select. So what is the product you want to do an order bump to? What product do you want to promote to them on the checkout page? We want to promote the quizzes course and coaching. So if I search up quiz, there we go, quizzes course and coaching, and we only want to add one to their cart. If they opt in for this order bump, we'll only add one to their cart. And then it asks you, where do you want to put this on the page? And I'll go ahead and update real quick so we can see what this did. And if I reload, it should just be on the very top. Or rather, oh, at the very end. Right under here, under the payment information, it says, yes, you want to take the offer to do the order bump, and then it'll automatically add the $500 upsell on there. Or if you don't want to, it'll leave it there. And the setting down here that shows us the order bump position will allow us to say, where does the order bump appear on the page? If you wanted to do it before checkout, on the very top of the page, you could select before checkout, and then all the way at the bottom, there's an update. Then if we reload the page, it will transform what this page looks like. There we go. So it's on the very top, and I'll probably leave it at the top, but you can play around wherever you want this to go on the page, but I want it to be front and center, this offering here. So you can see it has, yes, I will take the offer, one-time offer, and some lorem ipsum. If we scroll down on our order bump settings, you can see this is where we can change that text. If you wanted to put in some promotional text to talk about your other program, that would appear right there. And we can do some things like changing some colors of the box here, and they will change, the designated color. If I were to change this to yellow, let's see if it automatically will populate, and it should populate as the background color. There we go. So you can kind of see how you can control this box and what it looks like. And for now, I think I'll leave this as it is. We have the core functionality for our checkout page built out, and like I said, we'll be back around to style up the whole website. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and update the checkout page, and let's go back to our flow and look at the overview. That was just the checkout page we were working with. Now we want to check out the sales page and the thank you page. So if I go to the sales page and I edit right there, what we'll want to check out is view the step here. We'll check it out, it should just be blank. And we can, just like the checkout page, put some text in the body here. And the real thing we'll want to know is with this link here, this next step link, is what we'll want to paste on a buy now button, or however we're getting them from this page to the checkout page. This button, the next step link, will be where we want to link up our buttons. So if I copy this link and I go ahead and launch Elementor on this page, we can customize it totally with Elementor. And for now, I'll just put on a buy now button to keep things simple. We'll just say button, drag that on in, and our link will want to be this next step link that I copied from the previous page. We'll change the text here to buy now and do some basic formatting there. We'll be back around to edit this, but I'll just say ready to purchase the quick start course. Buy now. So let's go ahead and update and see what this page looks like. I'll exit to the dashboard, and there's my step. Reload the page here, and we have ready to purchase quick start course, buy now. And if I click buy now, I'm now on the WooCommerce checkout page we just designed, and once I place my order, I'll be sent to the third step in the process. That would be the thank you page. And the thank you page, if we click on edit, will automatically populate a few things here. It will be, once we place an order, it should show us these 4 items, our overview, some general WooCommerce stuff, and we'll customize it up. But for now, the flow is working. We'll just want to put this order details shortcode right here, like we did with the checkout page. That way, once they hit this step, they'll see their order details. And there we go. So let's go examine our flow, and it looks like we have everything put together. We have the flow from the sales to the checkout to the thank you, and we can actually put a link to this sales landing page. If we view the page, we have sales landing as the link here, and we'll just copy this link and we can put it on our home page in promotional ads. This is our landing page for our flow or our sales funnel. And I will end up putting this link probably somewhere on the home page and on our course catalog page. But for now, we have the flow built out. And we'll come back, style it up, and once we tie our whole website together, this flow will be very relevant for purchasing our Quick Start course. And yeah, that about wraps it up for this step with CartFlows for WooCommerce. And in the next step, we should be diving into setting up some more things relating to probably Affiliate WP and dive into all the settings that that plugin adds. And we'll eventually tie it all together and make an awesome looking website. I'll see you in the next step. All right, so the next step of the process is to install and activate Affiliate WP on our website. Affiliate WP allows you to have a network of affiliates on your website, and an affiliate is someone who can pretty much refer potential customers to your website and get credit for the sale if those potential customers end up converting. Oftentimes you'll find affiliate programs online for products, and what the arrangement will be is maybe like a 25% commission is awarded to the affiliate if the customer they referred ends up purchasing. And the way your website knows if like who sent what affiliate had sent a specific customer is your affiliate will get a custom link, and it'll look something like this. You can see I have template4.wpcourseguide.com. It'll look something like /ref/ID equals like 12 or something. It'll look something like this, and each affiliate will have their own unique link. Then when people they refer click on it, your website will know, that this specific affiliate sent them over here. And with affiliate programs, there's actually affiliate links in the description of this YouTube video that I'm recommending these other products like LifterLMS and Elementor. So, if you end up purchasing those products, we'd love it if you could click through the links in the description. That lets them know that we sent you over. And what we'll go through in this step is showing you how you can set that exact same thing up on your website and allow people to sign up and be affiliates for your website. So Affiliate WP here, they have multiple different pricing structures for their products. I'm working with the single site add-on, and they have all sorts of Black Friday deals going on here. But I'm working with a personal just for a single website. But if you have multiple websites, you may want to consider another one of these packages. But let's go ahead and install the Affiliate WP plugin and see what functionality it adds to the site for us. So if I scroll down here, I'll head to Plugins, Add New. Then I'll want to upload a plugin. Head here to my downloads, and I have Affiliate WP here on the top. Go ahead and drag that there and install now. And Affiliate WP has all sorts of add-ons that allow you to do different things, but we'll be focusing on the core functionality right now of just having affiliates on our website. So I'm going to go ahead and activate Affiliate WP now, and there we go. So we could see at the very bottom here, we have this new affiliate section. That plugin added the affiliate section for us. And if I head into Overview, we have all sorts of things we can see, like the total paid earnings for affiliates and all sorts of reporting data here. But what we're really focused on is Affiliate WP creates a new page in our pages list. This page should be called the affiliate area, and there it is. If I view my affiliate area, we can see I shouldn't be registered as an affiliate yet. So let me go turn myself into an affiliate so we can see what our affiliates will see. If I scroll down here, let's go to users. I'm actually going to edit my profile and make sure that I'm registered as an affiliate. So we should have some more settings on here. Let's see, where did they? There we go. So Affiliate WP, affiliate registration status. I'm not currently registered, so I'm going to register myself as an affiliate. And that should be good to go. Great, so I'm an active affiliate. So if I reload this page now, we should see the affiliate dashboard, and there we go. So like I had showed you, I have this unique link, and this will be what I use to refer people. If I refer you to my website, I'll just shoot you over my link, and if you end up buying, I'll get credit for the sale. And so affiliates can generate a URL based on any page on your website. So if they wanted to reference, hey, here's their shop page, they could do /shop /ref equals 1, and it would be my custom link to let them know that I sent you over. And I have all sorts of statistics as an affiliate and graphs and stuff for my referral and different different reporting data I can look at here, and all sorts of awesome things I can see. So the affiliate WP, you'll want to pay out manually. They do have a PayPal add-on if you wanted to pay out through PayPal automatically, but pretty much you as the admin will see affiliate sales generated by your affiliates, and you'll want to send them a check, online payment, however you want to set up the process to pay your affiliates. But typically that's done manually via checks in the mail or PayPal or whatever. But yeah, so now that we have our affiliate area set up, what I want to do is allow people to register as an affiliate when they come to my site. So we can head down to the affiliate WP settings here, all the way at the bottom in settings. We can check out a few options we have for setting commissions and making sure affiliates can register for profiles. So you'll want to put in your license key as well for your product, but we have our page set. The affiliate area is going to be our affiliate area. If you wanted to have a terms of use page for your affiliates, you could put that right there. And the main thing we're going to be looking for here is we can see our percentage. If you wanted to set a flat rate in US dollars, so every sale you make for my website, I'll pay you $10, you could do that. Or you could have a referral rate, so 20% of the sale. So, it's going to be a smaller sale if they purchase my first course offering, or, if they purchase a larger course offering, they'll get 20%. So it'll scale with them. So 25% is pretty industry average. I'm going to leave it at the 20 it is there for now. If you wanted to exclude shipping, exclude tax, any things like that, you could. And then there's just some currency settings. And we want to see affiliate area forms. So on the affiliate area, we have the login form and registration form. So if I go to the affiliate area, let me go back and get that link real quick, and I'll show you what this setting here is talking about. So on affiliate area, let me copy the link address and go into an incognito window, and we can see what they're talking about there. So we have the login to your affiliate account. This is what the page looks like if you're not logged in. And if you are logged in, it looks like the page we were looking at where we could see our statistics and everything. But I do want to allow affiliates to register on that page. So I'm going to head back to the settings and scroll up to the top. We're going to click on MISC here. And then we want to allow affiliate registration. So we want to allow affiliates to register, or users to register as affiliates. We want to require approval. So me as a site admin, I have to come in and approve the affiliate in order for them to become an affiliate. We can auto-register all users as affiliates if you wanted to. I'm not going to select that one, but yeah. And then there's all sorts of integrations you could do. If you had a reCAPTCHA you wanted to confirm, you don't get a lot of spam signups from bots, you could enable CAPTCHA and some other settings here, but we're just mainly looking for those top two settings to allow people to register. So now if I go back to the incognito window and I reload, there we go. So now I have the option to register as a new affiliate, or I can log into my account and I'll be taken into the affiliate area. Awesome. So now that page has been created. Let's go ahead and add that page to the menu just for clarity when we go back through and organize the website. On appearance menus, I'll go ahead and add my affiliate page to the menu, the affiliate area. There it is in most recent. I'm going to add it to my menu. And that way, if people want to come to the website, they can see on the top menu the affiliate area. And we'll probably end up putting that in the footer. On a lot of websites, you'll find it, down in the footer somewhere. Like if we go to LifterLMS.com. I don't know if LifterLMS is using affiliate WP. I believe they're actually using ShareSale for the affiliate program, but if I scroll all the way to the bottom, I believe they do have an affiliate registration. And you'll see this on many websites. They'll put a menu here in the footer, and we'll build out something similar to this. But we should have some affiliates on here somewhere. Affiliates, there we go. So we'll put it in a similar place where they can head to the footer and either log in as an affiliate. We can put it in all different places, but we'll probably do a footer menu, and eventually we'll put it down there. So yeah, that about wraps up our setup for affiliate WP. Now affiliates can come to our website, register as affiliates, and if they make a referral on a sale, they get 20% of the sale. Awesome. So I'll see you in the next step where we'll talk about WP Fusion and integrating with your CRM. So the next thing we'll dive into here is WP Fusion. WP Fusion allows you to connect your WordPress site to your CRM. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management, and you'll find CRMs like MailChimp, ConvertKit. They pretty much manage your emails for your customers. You'll have all of your customer emails in one place, and you can send out newsletters, any kind of notices or anything. That's what your CRM is for. And WP Fusion allows you to take your CRM and integrate it with WordPress and LifterLMS, so you can do all sorts of neat things. You can say, when somebody enrolls in a course, tell my CRM that they enrolled in the course, and maybe your CRM could then send them a sequence of emails or do all sorts of, any kind of possibilities you can think of. And WP Fusion works with these CRMs here. Some highly recommended CRMs at the moment from Lifter would be MailChimp is a great budget option. You can actually get started with MailChimp for free and up to, I think it might be 2,000 users, but it's a great one for getting started. ConvertKit is going to be more of a middle of the line, closer to premium option. And then ActiveCampaign is a recommended one that is much more premium, much more robust, that allows you to do all sorts of things with tagging and automations and whatnot. So you have kind of a premium option, a middle of the line option, and then a getting started budget option. So what we'll want to do is head to the plugins and install WP Fusion. And we don't have to connect it to the CRM to display how the features work, but I'll just give you a brief demo. If you are working with a CRM, WP Fusion is an awesome plugin to consider. And you'll want to grab that at wpfusion.com here. And we'll have a link to this down in the description as well. But let's head to the back end of our website and head to plugins, add new. I already have the WP Fusion zip file, so we can go ahead and upload that. So I head to upload, pull up my downloads. I have WP Fusion. There it is at the bottom. WP Fusion. Install now. And there we go. Installs. We'll go ahead and activate. Awesome. So now WP Fusion is active. And what it pretty much allows us to do is all sorts of things on our website with interactions. But what we're really focusing on with LifterLMS is what it lets us do in our courses. So if I go into a course, we now have some extra settings because of WP Fusion on each of our courses. I'll just go into the quizzes course here and check out what features it adds. On the sidebar here, you'll see WP Fusion. It'll say users must be logged in to view the course, and you can require they must have this tag in WP Fusion in order to view the course if you wanted to use those settings. But the major things that WP Fusion adds is this tab right here in blue, partway down the page on our general options, general course options. If we click WP Fusion, this is really the magic of the plugin, especially with the integration with Lifter, is we can apply a tag when somebody enrolls in the course. So when somebody enrolls in the course, tell, or MailChimp or whatever CRM I'm working with that they enrolled in the course, or apply a tag, and you could link a tag to auto enrollment. This is an awesome feature as well. What this allows you to do is say, when they get this tag in the CRM, enroll them in this course. So it kind of lets you do that backwards thing. So whenever they get the tag, enroll them in the course, and you can set up all sorts of automations over there to work with that. You can also apply a tag when the course is completed to tell, ActiveCampaign, hey, Will completed the course, give him this tag, put him in this sequence, and that's an awesome feature it offers as well. And another thing that WP Fusion adds that's really awesome is in the course builder, it lets us do it down to the specific lesson level. Just what I showed you with a course, we can do that on a specific lesson. So if I head into the lesson settings, we have the WP Fusion options and say apply the tag when this lesson is completed. So that really lets you get specific, and it lets you set up automations in your CRM where if they don't get a tag, you can send them like reminder emails. You can create all sorts of intricate things with WP Fusion and Lifter. And that is just some of the features that WP Fusion has to offer. If I head to the plugin settings, it might be under settings here as well at the very bottom, WP Fusion. We can see just some general integrations. You can select your CRM if you're whatever one you end up working with, and each one has some different credentials you'll need if you're maybe working with ActiveCampaign or if you're working with MailChimp. Let's see if we can find that one there. They have different credentials they need, and you can connect them, and you'll be good to go to work in your courses and have your CRM talking to your website. And that's a pretty awesome plugin there. So yeah, that about wraps up WP Fusion as it pertains to Lifter and kind of what you can do with it there. And in the next part here, we'll get into our private areas and using the LifterLMS private areas for that private coaching that we're offering with our course here, with our quizzes course. We're offering the general course for $100 here, the Quick Start course, and our upsell to coaching. We'll talk about how we can do that private coaching through our website with LifterLMS private areas. And yeah, that about wraps it up for this step. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, setting up LifterLMS private areas for our private coaching is the last piece of functionality for our website here. If I head to the back end, I'll show you the course we'll be having some private coaching for. We'll have coaching included in our quizzes course, and we'll want to set up a private areas chat so anyone with access to this course can chat with us through the private areas discussion. So LifterLMS private areas is just that. It lets you have that discussion chat with a student who's enrolled in a course. And it is one of the advanced add-ons from Lifter. It's included in the Infinity bundle we have here. I already have the zip file downloaded, so let's go ahead and go to the plugins area and install that. Under plugins, add new, then upload. We'll choose file. Let's go ahead and open my Finder here, and we have private areas right here. Install now. Then activate. Now we'll want to make sure private areas is enabled by heading to the LifterLMS settings. Under integrations on the top, we have private areas, and it's already enabled for me, but if it's not enabled for you, you're going to want to head to the settings, click on private areas, and make sure this enable, disable, make sure this is checked. And we do have a couple of options here. We can name the private area. It'll say my private coaching area. And this is the area, the link of what'll go in the link right there. We can leave these as they are by default for now, but if you wanted to change the name of private area, maybe it's specific to your industry, so maybe my private instructor contact, or if you are the only instructor on your website, you might say get in touch with instructor Will about something. So you can change the names of those here if you'd like to, but I'm going to go ahead and save changes, make sure this is enabled, and private areas adds this right here, private post, onto our dashboard. So we can now do private post to people who are enrolled in a course or membership on our website. And one thing you'll always want to make sure you do whenever you add something to your website like private areas or LifterLMS social learning, it adds some new link structures to your website, the URL. It messes with the URLs a bit. So we'll want to head to settings, permalinks, and we'll just flush our permalinks and pretty much just ask the website, make sure all of our permalinks are good to go. And you can click on just save changes at the bottom, and that should help you avoid any errors with using a new plugin like private areas or LifterLMS social learning or something like that. So we have private areas here good to go, and we can now create private posts for students, but we want to make sure that the students can view those private posts, and we can do that by putting a shortcode on the student dashboard page. If I go to the front end of the website, let's go ahead and do that now. Under the My Account page, I'm going to choose to put it on the My Account page. You can put it literally wherever you want to on the website. You can even put it within your course. You can put it on the sidebar, anywhere you want to put it. I'll just put it here on the dashboard page so it's front and center for students. I'll need to find the shortcode here on the LifterLMS documentation. This is just getting started with private areas. And if you have any specific questions about getting started with any LifterLMS pieces, LifterLMS has extensive documentation on using everything and getting started. This pretty much covers everything we just did with installing and activating. But we want to find the shortcode. Here it is. LifterLMS private area shortcode. It'll take us to the Lifter shortcode documentation. And this right here is what we're looking for, this whole long shortcode here. Now, if I go back to my website, I'll edit the page. And I should be able to just put in another shortcode. I'll just go ahead and duplicate this, and my second shortcode will be private areas here. I'm actually going to modify this shortcode a little bit, and with LifterLMS shortcodes, you can see how to modify it if, these are the 5 different ways you can modify this shortcode. And if you want to change the title or whatnot, I'm just going to remove the title. We'll just put in a custom title or whatnot. Latest is true, and then we should be good to go. Show the latest, show unread posts, unread comments. And yeah, so we'll want to specify what the post ID is. So we can do that. I'll just copy this post ID, and the post ID is going to be for the course. So display private areas information for students enrolled in this course, and we'll want to say the post ID of the course. You can just follow along here, and I'll just enter post ID. We'll go to the end, or I'll just put it right here where I'm at. I'm going to paste post ID, and then we want to follow the same convention, equals, and then we have two quotation marks here to indicate the status, and the post ID modifier here, we can say the post ID of the course. So let's go find the post ID of our course here. I'm going to open this in a new tab so we can find the post ID to put in there. The post ID, you can find the post ID if you go into the editor of a course. It'll be right on the top there. Post equals 66. We can see right there on the top, post equals 66. That's going to be, that post ID is 66. So that's going to be the item we enter right here, 66. So it should show the private areas info for post ID 66 with these modifiers on there, just the latest ones in the order that those appear and whatnot. So let's go ahead and update. And if I view the page now, it should still be blank for me. Or maybe it'll display, but we haven't done any private posts yet. So yeah, it's just going to be blank. Let's go ahead and do a private post, send myself a private message, and we can see if it'll pop up there for us. So under private posts, I'm going to go ahead and add a private post. We'll say, welcome to the course test. We'll just say, welcome to the course test. And then, hello, welcome to the program. We'll just leave it like that for now. And with a private post, you can give it a title. You can add the text in the private post. This will be what the student sees. If you wanted to have a prompt, you could say, set up a Zoom call with me here. If you included a Zoom call as part of your private coaching, you could maybe put a link to Calendly or something. Whatever your private coaching is about, you can enter that in here. And the other important field in a private post is discussion. You can use private areas if you want to turn this switch off as just a general broadcast notification system, or you can enable discussion. If you enable discussion, the students will be able to comment back to you and have kind of a comment thread going. And I'm going to leave the comment thread on because for the purposes of private coaching, the student should be able to talk back and forth with the instructor here. So what I'll want to do is say display for a course, which course, the one with coaching in it included, which student in the course. You select a specific student you want this private post to appear for, and I can go ahead and publish that private post. Now, if I head to the page here, the My Account page, we can see the My Private Coaching area has been enabled. And let me see, a new private post is ready for you. We also have a notification here, and we can click to view the post from the notification, or we can click right here to view the private coaching area. And oops, I guess it reloaded my account here. If it for some reason doesn't work for you, go ahead and edit the page and just remove the modifiers from the shortcode. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'll just remove latest, unread posts, unread comments. We'll just go ahead and delete this and just leave it as show me the private areas for ID 66, and we'll see if that works. Go ahead and update and reload. And there we go. So we can see the private coaching area here is the My Account page, and I have my latest post, which was the welcome test we just sent out. If I click on welcome to the course, it shows me the My Coaching area, and here we go. Welcome to the course test. This was the title, and this was the text I had in the body there, and when it was published, and some other information there. And as a student, I can go ahead and comment back and say, hello, thanks. Submit comment, and it will just start this comment thread here where the instructor and student can comment back and forth to one another. And if I go back to the private post here and reload, we should see some comments actually on our private post. So right there at the bottom, there we go. Under discussion, we can see the comment, and I can, as an instructor, comment back, and we can have this one-on-one discussion back and forth. So that about wraps up private areas. And like we saw on the My Account page, you can actually take that shortcode and put it in your course template or put it wherever you want the student to be able to access that. I like to put it on the My Account page just to keep it in a general location, but you can put it kind of anywhere. And we can also set up automations if you wanted to set an automation to go out automatically when maybe a specific event happens. So you could add a private post that goes out whenever they enroll in a course, send them the welcome. So if I were to have the private post here, we could say, welcome to the course. And then, we give them the information, and we'd want to, say instant when the automation begins, go ahead and send that out, our private post there, and we'll say, welcome to the program, whatever they need to know. This is your private coaching area. Feel free to get in touch with us here, and we can publish that. And then under LifterLMS engagements, we can add an engagement. Let me go ahead and fully do this automation here and put it in place to demonstrate how that works. So we'll publish that, and there it goes. It's going to go ahead and publish for us, and then under engagements, add engagement. We will say, we want to say for engagements, we'll say whenever somebody enrolls in a course, send them that welcome private post, that private post engagement. And I don't believe we've covered the engagement system yet, but the engagement system is super simple. You have achievement certificates and emails, and you can trigger them to send out upon these events happening. We have the, whenever a student purchases a course or enrolls in a course, you can send them an email like this, or you can award a certificate whenever the student completes a course, award them a certificate, or you could send them an achievement, which is one of those little notification badges. Super easy to use. You just create one of these and you can trigger it to send out. And we have some other videos going through that as well. But it works the same way with private posts. When we have an automation set up, we'll say whenever the student enrolls in a course, what course? Whenever they enroll in our quizzes course, send them a private post automation. What private post automation? The one we just made, and then publish. So now whenever a student enrolls in our coaching course, and you'll want to go to title here too, but whenever a student enrolls in our coaching course, they will be sent that private post automation, and they can go ahead and interact with us there. So that is how you can set up an automation and send out private posts with LifterLMS private areas. In the next part of this tutorial here, we'll dive into designing up our whole website and bringing it all together. All the tools we set up through the video so far, we'll bring them all together and make an awesome looking, fully functional site. All right, I'll see you there. So now we're moving on to designing up our entire website. We've gone through so far and gotten all the functionality out of the way, and now we can go through, design it, and make it look good and test the user flow and make sure our website is good to go. So with the design process, there's no right or wrong way to do this. I'm just going to design it up how I'd like to. You can design your website however you want it to look. There's all sorts of templates and different things out there, but with Elementor, there's a lot of possibilities for what you can do. So let's go ahead and jump in. I'm going to be working off of a little reference I made. It's good to sketch it out on paper and maybe get some points down as to what you want to communicate on your homepage or your landing page. And you can build out your pages from there. But the homepage, I'm going to put a lot of work into it. And then these other pages, I'll just generally style up. So to get started, let's do our site-wide header. I'm just going to go ahead and open the Elementor editor here in a new tab and just kind of talk through what I'm doing, but you can design it up however you want to. All right, so let's go ahead and one thing I like to do is link the image on the top here to the homepage. You can do that by just putting a / in the link field, custom URL, and just link it to the homepage. That way, when they click on this little site icon here, they'll be taken back to the homepage. Make it a little smaller, and I think I'll follow the same color palette I have on my other website here, my little reference. So let me grab that color palette and I'll be right back. So now that I have my color code here, I have some hex codes for my site here, some general color schemes that I had put together here. So let's go ahead and start designing it up. I'll head into the section here. I'm just going to do a gradient on the background. So we'll do background type gradient. And I believe I'm working with maybe like a 90-degree. There we go. We can change the angle of the gradient, and that will change how it appears here. Let me pull up my hex codes. I have it maybe do light purple down to a darker purple. Let's see here. Text edit. Let's go grab our darker purple right there. Then I believe I'll change out my logo here. I have a couple of sample logos, and I'm going to change it out to this one right here as my sample logo. And you'll want to put your logo in there to make it look good there. So let's go ahead and change the text color of the menu. And you can see I'm just clicking on the elements and heading into the styling options and whatnot to change the color of my menu text right there. We can just change that to white, and I'll increase the font size a little bit, maybe go to like 20 or maybe like 18. And you can see there's all sorts of settings to play around with in here, and you can really make it look however you want to. And we have our pointer, which is going to be this little green bar that shows up right there. I think I'm fine with that for now, that green bar appearing there. And I also have one thing you can do is put maybe a green, or it doesn't have to be a green bar, but a bar on the top of your website. It's a good use of space to have something right up here that maybe can relay a message, such as if you have any questions, feel free to contact us, or something like that. You can always put that on top here. I'm just going to do a background color for the section of that darker green color I have. Then I'll just put maybe a text editor up there. I'll drag in a text editor in Elementor here and go ahead and make the color white there so we can read it, and make it about 18 font size, not 118, or rather looking for about 18 like that. 18 to 20 should be good. I'm going to leave it as default, but you can do everything from changing the font family to changing the weight of the text if you wanted it to be bold or something. You can really play around with these settings and kind of go in any direction. So let's center align that, and here we'll say, if you have any questions, feel free to get in touch with us. Questions, feel free to get in touch here. And what we can do is we can hyperlink this word here. I'm going to go grab the link to my Contact Us page, and we're just going to take /contact us and hyperlink it right to the word here, and go ahead and apply that, and it will change the color of the text to a dark blue, and I'd rather have it be white. So I'm going to select the word here and open some more settings so I can actually say this text should be white, and I'm going to underline it so it's very clear that this is a link you can click on. Feel free to get in touch with us here, and then just put a period at the end there. Let's actually put the period outside of the word here. And so you can see I'm working with a visual editor. I have all sorts of center align, all sorts of formatting options I can apply to my text there. But what I want to do is head to the text editor. This is where you'll see the code. So you have visual and text where you can see the code. And under the word here, after the word here, we'll want to put the period, just because it was being underlined there. And rather, would we have underlined span? So we want to put it right here, I believe. Maybe at the end. There we go. So now the word here is no longer in the period. Or you could just not have a period if you don't want one. So great. So we have that good to go. One thing you'll find with Elementor text editors is they have this space at the bottom here. You can see the space between the text and the bottom. I'm not sure what causes that, but if you just head into the text editor and go to the text tab, right here where you can see all the code, and just do return delete, it'll get rid of that little space there. So if that ever happens to you, just go into the text editor, go to the HTML, the text area, and do return delete at the very end, and it should get rid of it for you. So great. That looks pretty good to me for now. Let's go into responsive mode and see if it looks good on tablet and mobile. You can head to responsive mode by heading to the bottom here and clicking tablet, desktop, or mobile, and it'll show you what it would look like on the respective devices. So for tablet, I would want to make this area a little bigger, and you can see I have some alignment settings that are a little different. So this is for desktop, this is for tablet, and this is for mobile. So if I wanted to have it maybe center aligned on tablet, I could do that, or some different settings for tablet than I have on mobile or whatnot. So we'll make it a little bigger here. It looks like it's at 100% width. So what I'll want to do is maybe, what would be a good way to go about this? I think what I'll end up doing is making this menu a little bit smaller. But what I can do for now might be to, what might be the best way to go about this? I could clone this section here if I wanted to copy it. I could then have one of the sections show up for mobile and one for computer, one for desktop version. You can do that by heading to Section Advanced. And under these responsive settings here, you can say hide on desktop, hide on tablet, hide on mobile. And so you could just duplicate your sections here and say, show this one on desktop, show this one on mobile. So that's one option we have. For now, I think I'll just, I think I'm going to take a lot of items off this menu eventually. So I think what I'll do is I'll do that, that duplication option. I think that's what I'll probably go with. Yeah, I guess for this site, that might be the best way to go. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this section here. And for this section on top, I'm going to say, show this one on desktop. So we're just going to go ahead and hide it on tablet and hide it on mobile. And then for the second one down, we'll want to do the opposite. We'll want to say hide on desktop, but then we'll leave it available for mobile and tablet. And so we can reformat this second one here to look however we want to for mobile and tablet. What I'll do first is, it's not giving me some options to drag here. So let me just go ahead and update and reload the page. Sometimes the editor can be a little finicky. You just want to update and reload the page if there's ever anything odd going on, and it should refresh for you. All right, there we go. So now I have the option to drag those sections over a little bit. Let's head back into tablet, and let's see. I'll go ahead and do one column layout. I'll drag this menu, we'll put it right under the image there, our logo, and then delete the second column. I'll go into the width area here and maybe set it to like 40 or maybe 45, and that'll be for tablet and mobile. And then for my menu, for tablet and mobile, I'll want to probably center align that, and we can style up what our little hamburger icon looks like. When you get to a smaller screen, your menu will often condense into this hamburger icon you can see on screen there. So let's say, let's go to the drop-down settings, and we should be able to change some of our settings there. Let's see, so if I click on this, we can see some settings here. If I were to change the background color, that's what we're changing there. White is probably fine for now for that, and they can hover over and click on any of these. Let's say the background color for hovering, maybe that's going to be that color. So let's do our green color, the green we have here in our hex codes. Let's do the green blue and put that there so that when they hover over, they get that color. And that's looking pretty good. So the text color is probably fine as it is. Then we might want to look at some icon colors, our toggle button colors. If we wanted to change the background color of that, we could do so right here to make it a little more clear. And I'll leave it like that, and might as well change the icon here too. I'll just give that one a background color of white as well. And then I'm going to update that. So now we want to move from tablet to mobile. And as you can see here, the mobile one is super small, so let's go ahead and make it 100%. And that looks pretty good. So I'm going to update. And now if I reload on my main website, if I go back to the home page, we'll see our changes have taken place. And now we have that menu set up like this, and we can click on this image to go back to the home page. And it should also look good on tablet and mobile for us. Great, so now let's move on to the home page. But before I do that, you can see this header is going to show up anywhere on our website. So if we go to the contact page, if we go to the shop, this header is going to be there. So that's an awesome thing that this can show up throughout our website. So let's go ahead and start styling up the home page. So I'm going to launch the Elementor Builder and X out of my other tab there where I have the Elementor Builder open on my header. And as we had done before, we were experimenting around with the homepage with just putting some text on here and making sure we can edit everything. I'm going to go ahead and head to these settings on the bottom here. This is going to be some page settings. It's the little gear icon. We can do things like hiding the title because I don't want the word home to show up. And for page layout, I'm going to select Elementor full width just so I can access a little bit more of the page here. And that looks pretty good. And you can periodically go through and update if you want to, in case you ever wanted to revert back. Just occasionally hit that update button. And yeah, we can move forward with designing our site. I'm going to put a background image on this section and just kind of design up this whole page. One website I like to use for background images is Pixabay. It's a copyright-free image library. It's free to sign up and all that. And you can use these images for commercial purposes and all sorts of things anywhere you'd like to. So I like using Pixabay as a good library for images. So let's look up people here, and typically images with people in them convert a little bit better. So I'm going to grab a few pictures here for my homepage and things I might use for a background. So let me open that in a new tab. And then we'll use this image. Then let's see. I'll just pick out a few images. I'm going to work off of the template I built. It has about 4 sections that would need background images. So I'm going to go through here and try and find about 4 of them I can use that'll look pretty good. There's a guy on top of a mountain. That one might be pretty good. And that one's pretty good. And yeah, I think I'll use this one. So yeah, I'll use these 4 images. Let me go ahead and download these. I'm going to download, for the background image, about 1280 by 800 is a pretty good set of dimensions for your images. So let's download these. Download this. And then our last image right there. All right, cool. So once that finishes downloading, I'll just exit a Pixabay here. Then I'll head into my website here, and for this first hero image area, I'm gonna upload a background image. Go ahead and upload files. Just drag and drop all of my files in there. Make sure I get them all uploaded first. Upload files, and then there's that. All right, awesome. So for the hero image, I'll use this area for the hero area there, and let me figure out what's going on with these. This should be a full width column here. We want it to be kind of so there's no gap between the section and the edge of the page there. All right, let's do content boxed. See what that looks like. There we go. So what I'm playing around with here is full width and boxed is the text runs right up against the side of the screen there, and I'll do a boxed layout. I'll probably do maybe like 1100 in a box layout. You can set these up however you want to. This is going to determine the box, the width of your content at a maximum. So for the background image for my section here that I have uploaded, I like to set the size to be cover. That way it doesn't repeat at all. Sometimes if maybe you have like contain, it'll repeat a bunch of times and it just doesn't look as good. So cover will show the full extent of your image, and it tends to look pretty good. So we have a heading here that I can work with. I'm going to go ahead and probably leave that aligned as it was and left aligned. And I do have a little copy I'll reference here. So what I have set up is build a powerful site with LifterLMS. And this website, as you know, is dedicated to teaching people about LifterLMS. We have our 2 LifterLMS test courses on there. And I'll just do maybe white text with like a text shadow to make it a little easier to read. And that looks pretty good. And so that's pretty good. Let's put a little space between the top of the page and the letters. You can do that either with a margin, maybe on the top of this if you wanted to put a margin on the top. You could do that if you had something like that, you could, or if you wanted to do a little padding or something, but I prefer to use spacers in Elementor. If you look up spacer here, you can simply drag and drop them and then set a space with. They're pretty easy to use, and so I prefer to typically use spacers. We've probably got about 70. Yeah, 70 is pretty good. 70, 80 space right there. Then I have a tagline. Let's see what I have. Sign up for the 5 steps. So in this little sample, what I would be promoting on this page and on my sales pages is like a 5-step PDF. It's often good to have like an opt-in. So if you opt in for free, give us your email. We'll send you a maybe a PDF, a getting started guide or something, so we can get your email and send some offers your way. So sign up for the free 5 steps to getting started on a good foot. There. On a good foot. All right, and then this one was set to be a little bit smaller. Maybe we do 25, maybe 30. 25. Let's see what this looks like. And yeah, with designing, there's not necessarily a right or wrong way to do it. It's just kind of experimenting around until you build something that you think looks pretty good. And let's see, maybe like this is 40, maybe 45. That's probably pretty good. Build this out with LifterLMS. All right, that's pretty good. And I'm going to go ahead and duplicate my spacer here and drag that down. I'm getting a little bit of an error where it's not letting me drag, so I'll just update and reload the page. That's often a good thing to do. Like I said, when we run into errors like that. Cool. So now that we're back, now I can drag the spacer around. It's letting me do it, and it's all good to go. So yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe there's about 100 on this bottom one here. And yeah, awesome. So let's add a button on here. That way people can opt in. So for my text, I have, I'm in, send me the 5 steps PDF. All right, awesome. So I'm in, send me the 5 steps PDF. And what we would do on here is add a pop-up, and maybe at the end I'll circle back around and make sure we have the pop-up installed. So 20. You can always link to maybe another page too if you had a landing page for this. That would be another thing you could put on there. I'm going to put my same green-blue hex code on here as the background color, and the text color being white is fine. I'll do a hover color and make it a little bit darker, so you hover over it, it changes color a little bit. But that looks pretty good. So we can move on to the next section. And my next section I have is just white. So I have alternating between an image background and then a white background, just to make sure everything looks good there. And oh, one thing I did forget to do that I had on my little template here is putting on a background overlay. That's something you can do by heading to the section editor. Under style, you have background overlay. And I had a gradient on here at about 140 degrees. And with the gradients there, you can really make the text stand out a little bit by putting on a colored gradient as a background overlay. And that's going to be over the image there. So for this area, let's just do like a blue, like a dark blue kind of thing. And maybe like right there, a little lighter. And then for this one, I have, I think, about like an orange going on. Maybe not as powerful as that. Maybe like that. Then for the blue, maybe it's something like this. And then my opacity. Let's see. So the opacity of the overlay is how strong it is. So if I go to like 0.1 opacity or 10%, it would look like that. Or if I were to do something stronger like 90, it would look like that. I'll probably go to about 4, 5. 5 is probably fine. Let's go with 50%. And there we go. So that just makes my white text stand out a little better, and it makes it look good if you have a white background, and it just adds a little bit of color. So yeah, let's move on to the next section. My next section, I have starting out with a spacer. And as you'll notice, I tend to duplicate elements and drag them in. That typically makes it a little easier for me in my editing process. Just to start by duplicating an element and dragging it. That way it starts out with the format settings I've already been working with. So let's stick with a size maybe about that big. Drag this down here, and with this headline, maybe we'll do the darker blue color, or the green blue for the text. And I'll remove that text shadow because I don't really need the text shadow here to make it stand out. That font size is probably a little big. 35. Awesome. So yeah, what did I have for my text here? Are you ready to create an e-learning site for students? And yeah, it makes this whole process of building a website and designing your pages a lot easier if you just draw it out on paper or draft it up ahead of time on maybe like a Google document or something. So then let's duplicate this heading here and say we have 2 guides for getting started. So yeah, this is where we're going to start promoting our courses just on the home page. We have 2 guides, or 2 getting started guides. Courses that walk you through everything you need to do. Awesome. So we have our 2 courses, and we'll put our pricing plans right below this. So we have 2 getting started guides. Let's make this a bit smaller, maybe like 25. Is this, what size did I have this set to? That's set to about 25, so that's probably pretty good. 25. And then let's insert a pricing table. So yeah, we have 2 pricing tables. This one is going to be from LifterLMS. This is from Elementor. We'll want to use the Elementor one. Just go ahead and drag that one in here. There we go. So that one, I'll show you the other pricing table real quick just to explain. The pricing table for this one is going to show you, like, for courses, it's looking for course pricing tables. They're named the same thing, they have the same icon, so it can be a little confusing, but the pricing table from Elementor, the second one, is the one we're looking for, because this one we can fully customize all this text and whatnot. So yeah, let's grab an intersection here. That way, because I have 2 courses, I want to have 2 sections, and that'll make it look a little bit better there. And with the pricing table, as with all of the elements, there's all sorts of things we can edit. You know, you can see enter your title here. We can edit that, and it'll just show up live what our changes are. We can go into our pricing and do all sorts of settings. So let's navigate through these, and I'll work off my template here. So I have, my first course is the official Quick Start course for Lifter. So let me go grab some information for that. Head to the back, and then you can see from our last update that our homepage is starting to take shape a little bit. So under courses, I want to say official Quick Start course. I'll just copy this. Then that's my title of my course there. And you can see that popular ribbon. I want that ribbon to just go away on this one. I don't need that blocking my text there. So our description, my description was a walkthrough of the LifterLMS feature set. And yeah, we didn't go too deep into what the actual course content was, but the Lifter Quick Start course is a course that is freely available to the public. Just walks through the LifterLMS core feature set and introduces any elements. Similar to what we did in this video is a little more in-depth with some other tools though, and the Quick Start course mostly pertains to Lifter. And the quizzes course is teaching you an in-depth on the quiz system. Those are both available for free on the LifterLMS Academy website, but we're using them as our samples for this site here. And so my pricing, let me go check my pricing here. On my WooCommerce products we had set up earlier, this is how we'll be selling the courses. We have $100 and $500. I'm actually going to change those, so they're going to be $99 and $4.99 just to make our pricing seem a little lower. So let's go ahead and set $99 there, and this is a one-time payment. It says monthly right there. If you had a recurring payment, you could leave that, but I'm going to say one-time payment. And I have one-time payment, and $99 currency is set correctly. Features. So the features we can set, it says list item 1 right here. I can set what I want my features to be. And for this course, I have lifetime access to the course is a feature you get. Access to the course when you purchase through this plan. List item number 2, we have the core LifterLMS plugin walkthrough. And typically you want to stack your features on this page and just list out as much as you can about what they get when they purchase this package. And then access to the LifterLMS plugin. The core LifterLMS plugin is free on the WordPress repository, but you know, you can always provide like a link to that from here. So you get access to the plugin with this course package here. And so those are my features for that. And if you had some more features you wanted to list out, you could always add some more features there and add an item. You can even change out this icon by selecting an individual item, and you can, change out to whatever icon you want to. If you wanted to style that up a little bit more, you could do that. I'll leave them as check marks for now, but if you wanted to have custom icons for each one, you totally could. And then under the footer for our button, I'm going to say I'm ready. That's what I have here. I'm ready. And this is a text element. I'm just going to say enroll to get started. And yeah, that should be good to go. And our link, we'll come back to this page and we'll link it up to the WooCommerce product. I think actually one thing we could do is just have a direct to cart, but let me go ahead and actually I could just grab the links right now. That might be a little faster. So for the official Quick Start course, which is what we're working on right here, we want to grab the link to this page, copy link address, and you can also find the link if you were to just view the product. It'll be this link right here at the top, this product Quick Start course. I'm going to copy that and put it right there in my link field. So when they click this button, they'll be sent over to that WooCommerce product. Let me X out of here. And this is not styled up yet, but we'll be here to style this up. So yeah, then we have the ribbon. If you wanted to have a ribbon that said like sale or popular or something, you could position that on either side and style that up how you want it to. I'm going to leave it off for now though. And then under style, we have pretty much the same settings we just walked through with header, pricing, features, except this is where we'll determine our colors and whatnot. For the background color of the header, I'm going to use that same blue-green I've been using right here, and that looks pretty good. And then I also set that up for the button, and you can change all sorts of things in here. If you want to change the title color, you could really go to town with the settings in here. I'm just going to leave most of it as it is for now, as it is by default, but there's all sorts of settings to play around with and see what you like the look of. So pricing, I think I left all by default. Features, you could style up, everything from the text color and whatnot of your feature list, all sorts of things in here. But I'm just going to focus on the footer button color. There we go. So the footer button color matches the title there, and that should be good to go for my access plan for now. Let me duplicate this, and then I'm going to put one of them over here, and this one will become the quizzes course. So the quizzes course plus coaching, let's head into this editor and head back to content and start switching this one out. So I have, this is a deep dive on the quiz system with a one-on-one call. All right, awesome. So with private areas, what I would plan to do on this website as an example is set up, maybe they get access to one-on-one call where we go through in depth for an hour about their site setting up LifterLMS. So that would be kind of what I'm offering for private coaching with private areas, but along with access to the private chat. But you could, offer anything you wanted. If you had like monthly calls, maybe a mastermind or something, that could be part of your private coaching through private areas. But for my offering, I'm just going to say it's one-on-one call along with access to the course. So let's close that out. Head down to pricing. This one is our $4.99 product. Then it's one-time payment, like it is with the other one. And our feature set is a bit different. So our feature set is lifetime access to the course. That one's going to be the same. The one-on-one coaching call is going to be here. Then my next feature is private chat with instructor. That's going to be through private areas. Then we can always duplicate these two. This button allows you to duplicate if you wanted to start from, just like you can duplicate elements, you can duplicate these little icons by clicking that button right there. So then access to the LifterLMS plugin is also included in this package. Awesome. So we have a few more features on there, and otherwise this is exactly the same. We'll want to make sure we have our product link for the quizzes course. So just like I did with the Quick Start course, we'll want to grab the link to that and then go to the footer area and say, go to this product when they click I'm ready. And roll now to get started is good, and the styling options are good to go. So yeah, let's move on to the next section. And on this sales page, I just continue. Let's check our homepage real quick. I just ran an update on that Elementor homepage, and you can see our site is starting to come together. At the end of the homepage here, we'll go through in mobile format and tablet format, but let's continue with the build for now. So for this section, I'm going to do another background image. And one thing I actually can do, let me delete this section. Once you already have a section formatted, and if this one's going to be formatted in a similar way, so I'm just going to duplicate this section by right-clicking over the section and duplicating. And then I can actually drag this section down on the page. And there we go. So we have a copy of it here. This gives me kind of a jumping off point. Since I had already done a lot of the settings I'm going to want, I can just go ahead and duplicate it and use that as a jumping off point. So I'll use that image, and my quote here is, "The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step." Awesome. And then rather than edit heading, we'll duplicate that element and say, make sure you get started on the right foot. So yeah, that's just some sales text for our website, since it's all about getting started with LifterLMS. And I think that's a quote from Chris from one of the LMS cast episodes. Make sure you get started on the right foot. Since you get journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So yeah, let's say something about our courses right here. Sign up for the free newsletter. Let's just say our courses walk you through how to utilize all the tools, top sites in the industry. Our courses walk you through how to utilize all the tools by top sites in the industry. Used by top sites in the industry. All the tools used by top sites in the industry. Awesome. And let's just head to the bottom, put a period there. And then make this one probably a little bigger, maybe like 30. And make the O a little larger. And one thing with Elementor that's neat is you can edit right over here in the corner on the sidebar here, or you can actually just click into the text box and type right in there. It makes it a little easier if you're typing. You can type right over here, or you can type on the side there. Awesome. And I don't have a call to action right here, so that should be pretty good for what I'm looking for. Let me actually make this probably a little smaller. Maybe do like 60, 60. 60 on top, 60 on bottom. And that's pretty good. So yeah, let's move on to the next section. Like I had done here where I duplicated, I'm going to do the same thing with this white section. Since I'm going to be doing something similar, I'm going to duplicate it and copy paste down here, or drag and drop down here. This section is going to be about our instructors. Let's see. Let me just grab a drink real quick. All right, awesome. So this section about our instructors, we'll use the same intersection functionality, just remove the pricing tables. Our instructors. So what I have here is just an image file. This will be of me and Chris here, this instructors section, since we are the instructors for those two courses. I did have some images prepared, just some headshot images. For me, we'll use this one. And then for Chris here, we'll use this second one right here. Awesome. So this one's going to be me. And let's make this probably about 40. 40, yeah, that's pretty good. 40. And so the image width, about 40 there. And then let's do a little bit of a radius. The corners on the square are a little sharp. We can do a border radius. If you wanted it to be a circle, you know, you might do something like 1,000. I'm just going to do about 5, just to round out those corners a little bit. And yeah, so let's start out, duplicate this because it's already formatted how I want it to be. Drag it right here. Will Middleton, and it's probably a fine size. I'd say maybe like, what's 30 look like? No, we'll do 35. Then duplicate. LifterLMS Expert, just a little title there. Then we'll drop down to maybe about 30 or maybe 25 even. Yeah, 25 is probably pretty good. Then I do have a bio here. Let me go grab the bios. I think I had taken that. Where did I get that bio from? I think it was. Here, let me go grab that bio real quick, and I'll be right back. Awesome, I found the bio. This is just the little bio I have of myself that I put some paste around in some places, wherever I need a short bio. So let's go ahead and drag a text editor in here, and then do Command A, Command V, just to copy and paste in my text here. I think I let this sit at being a little bit darker. Maybe like black. That might be fine, or maybe just like a really dark gray. That's probably pretty good right there. Then I'll add a little bit of column padding here, maybe like 15, or maybe like 20 might be better. Since I'm going to be right next to Chris's bio here, I'll make this one about 15. Should be good to go. So that's it for me. So I'll clone this layout here, and then delete this one, and then that gives me something to work off of. You'll see me just employ that strategy a lot. It makes things a lot faster to build. Chris Paget is LifterLMS CEO, and I think I got his bio from the LifterLMS team page, lifterlms.com/our-team. Let me head over there real quick. And here we go. So yeah, you can see Chris's bio here. I'll just take this one for now and put it right in here. Awesome. So in a second that should populate with this bio there. Awesome, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and update and reload the page. And awesome. So there it is at the bottom, our bios there, and we'll move on to the next section. So the next section I have is a clone of the other one, just like this one here. We'll go ahead and duplicate and then drag and drop it right below here. Then my text is, where will your students engage with your course? Question mark. Then we don't really need this one here. We have guides dedicated to helping you lay out your course programs so students can best learn and get results from your material. Programs so students can best learn and get results from your material. Then let me put a little bit more spacing on this. It looks like the letters are a little bit close together, so we'll do like 1.2 line height to give a little space between the lines there. Then let's duplicate that and say, want to learn more? Grab your copy of the FactUps PDF. It's often good to have a consistent call to action on your site, so you're always asking, hey, move on to the next step if you're interested. Here's some more text if you're not yet fully sold, but if so, here's maybe like the free step to move on to. There you go, spelled you wrong. So I'm going to duplicate this button here, and sometimes dragging around in the Elementor pages, like dragging this element all the way down, can be a little bit tedious or slow. So one kind of thing you can do is, if you zoom out in your browser in Google Chrome, you can do that right here in the corner. But if you zoom out like super far, that gives you a lot more space here to click and drag all the way down your page. That's something I found to be pretty useful when working with long Elementor sales pages. If you zoom out for a second, it lets you see much more of the page where you can drag the elements down super quick. I'll set it about 90%. But yeah, so now we have our button down here, and that's almost it for this section. Let me replace the background image here, just to mix it up a little bit, keep changing our background image. And yeah, awesome. So our next section will be pretty much a clone of this here. Oops. Okay, all right, let's drag this down here. There we go. And this section is going to be fundamentals of a successful course website. And yeah, like I said, you'll want to rework this page or rework all your pages as time goes on to optimize your copy, optimize the design and whatnot. This is just something I'm using here to get started. So what I have as the fundamentals of a course website are engagement and results. And for these, I have a little icon to pop up. You'll see some sites have a little icon that displays some information for you. Let me go grab a few icons. One library I like to use for icons is the Noun Project. They have, I believe it's like $40 a year or something, and they have all sorts of neat PNG icons you can use on your websites. Let's find something just kind of like interesting or for engagement. Oh, we have a whale with a party hat on. That's pretty good. It's kind of like a narwhal. Let's go narwhal. Okay, spell narwhal wrong. Wall. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, I'll probably go with this. It's just a little narwhal PNG. And I had downloaded one of these before. Let's make sure it's the right color code for us. All right, awesome. There we go. So we have that right color code, PNG. Then just upload that instead of this to the section. Awesome. So that's pretty good. And then I think I had a kind of a funny image for the results. Let's see. I think, yeah, I was working with this cat here. Awesome. I had to take a quick break there and go get a drink and grab a cough drop. My throat was a little sore, but yeah, so we're here. Just got this cat image uploaded. I'm going to use that for results. Just because it's a little whimsical of an image, and it's cat kind of getting results, growing a plant or something. So for this section, I'm going to bottom align these things right here, these sections, just so that it lines up a little better with the image, and it'll look even better when I have the text in there, because I developed some text that's about even with how it is situated there. And one thing I noticed is this text is a little small. Let's go ahead and make that like font size 20, or maybe like 18. 18 is probably pretty good. I have a theme of using font size 18 on this site, so let's go ahead and continue to use 18, not 13. 18. There we go. And I'll do the same right here. So font size 18, and we have our default. And so the text I drafted up for this, let me just type that in real quick. Of course, I have a few typos in here. Our courses teach you how to capture engagement by delivering easy to navigate and easy to understand content that students can relate to and work with. Awesome. And then we'll not have a bio about Chris right there, but let's go ahead and click that in here instead. This little text box. Let's put it right there for now. I want to put it right there. Awesome. Change this to say, we dive into how results-driven learning will be the key to running a program that students benefit from and create lifetime customers. Okay, cool. So how results-driven learning will be the key to running a program. Awesome. So this is just a little write-up about the goal behind our courses. And if this was an actual full course website, I would take the time to build out a few more courses and a few more kind of course offerings to fit along with our idea of helping course creators get off the ground with Lifter, including like some how-to courses and whatnot, about things like creating instructional design content and whatnot. So let's duplicate this section here, because I'm pretty much done with that section there about our results and engagement. So let's do our drag and drop, duplicate right here. So my question here I'm going to pose is, what is your next step? Question mark, and a little sales pitch about our PDF again. Okay, awesome. Give our 5 steps PDF to get you started in the right direction. And there's that button again, download the PDF. And for our last section above the footer here, let's say this again. I think I'm gonna, I'll just clone. This one's about getting in touch with us. And so I'm actually gonna clone this one and do that zoom out method again to get it all the way to the bottom. Right here, the areas get real small. The little places where you can click get really small there. So it's kind of hard to see the little section you need to grab, but I'm grabbing right onto the center right here to drag and drop to the bottom. And one thing I did forget to do, let me change out this image real quick on the background to our last image right there, that guy on the mountain there. And so, yeah, let's continue on here. So any questions you have, feel free to give us a call. Feel free to give us a call, and then put a phone number or something right here. And then I'm gonna put a little image up here, maybe of like a phone little icon. I'll go to the noun project again and get one. Let's find a phone icon, maybe something like this. Probably be fine. It's pretty good. Then head back over here, switch this out, upload a file, and import our media there. And this one should probably be a little smaller, maybe about 10%. That's pretty good. Then let's delete this stuff. And oh yeah, what I did in my little template, my draft, was I had testimonials about both me and Chris here as the instructors on this platform. So let me go grab those testimonials real quick. WP, I think I took mine off of my website, and I think I went to badgetwebdesign.com to get Chris's testimonial. Let me go all the way to the bottom. Oh, I don't know if I have this on the homepage real quick. Let me be right back. I'll grab my testimonial here, and I'll be right back. Awesome, I found the testimonial I used here in my example. So just right here, the Sarita Owens testimonial. Let me head back to my website and go to right here. It's often good when copying and pasting text to paste it directly into this editor, this text editor, rather than the visual editor. If I were to paste it in the visual editor, it would carry over all this formatting data. So I just like to paste right into text. That way it's just clean, and I can go ahead and format in Elementor without any problems. Center align that. Then it's pretty much the same. Yeah, pretty much the same there. Then I will duplicate this and grab her name, put it right there. Elementor home. Under text again, I'm going to paste right there, and that looks pretty good. So let's, of course, do our, we're getting a little bit of extra text on the bottom of my testimonial, so let's just get rid of that. Then over here on Chris's testimonial, let's go to his page here, praise. This is his testimonial page, and this is the one I took right here, this testimonial. Go ahead and put that right there under Chris's. Then we will duplicate this and put it right there. Of course, get adjacent right there. And that'll go right over here. It's a little. I want to get that same thing right there. All right, cool. So that's looking pretty good. And I think that's the bottom of what I had on my draft for my homepage. So let's go ahead and mobile format this real quick, and we'll be done with our homepage. So let's head to tablet, and it'll jump us to where we are on the page. But we just need to go to the top and maybe redo some spacing and whatnot to make sure everything looks good. It looks a little odd that this is out of whack here, but we'll want to address that on the header editor. And this might just be an error just because I'm editing in Elementor and it's showing me the different area for the editor there. The header is a different editor, so maybe some sort of conflict there. So let's change that to maybe about 30/30. You just want to make it a little more legible and easy to get through on a smaller device. So maybe like 10 here might be good. 10, and then I think I'll center align this stuff on tablet, just because you can see this is only going to be center aligned on tablet. So when I go back to the desktop view, it'll be fine on the left side there, but I do want it to be center aligned on tablet and mobile, just to make it a little easier to read and see what's going on. I'll do the same for these other elements here, these heading elements. Then I think I want to increase the font size for some of these. So maybe the typography for this one could be like 25 or something, or I think it was at 25, maybe like 27. Just take up a little more space, and that one's probably pretty good, the top one. I'm going to increase the text here a little bit. Text, what am I at, 25? So 25 is pretty good, a lot easier to read that. That's pretty good. The title here, is it possible for me to make it smaller? Make it a little smaller, see what happens. That's like a question mark right there. Taking that into consideration, how small do I have to make it? That's, yeah, that e-learning site for students, sure, that's probably fine. Then for this one, we'll make it a little bit bigger, probably. 25. Sure, that's pretty good. Then this text is formatted pretty nicely. I'll probably leave all that, and this area here is pretty good. Let's just continue to do the same kind of things we're doing. Maybe make like 20, 20, 20 top, 20 bottom. Then that's pretty good, just the sizing there. Our instructors, maybe this will be 10 pixels. Then our instructors, there's bio, that's fairly good. Then that one's pretty good too. Oh, and I have been increasing the size of these buttons, so I think I'm at 25, just to make it a little easier to click and get started on mobile devices. So switch this one to maybe 10. Then for these images, they're pretty big. Like there's a lot of space on the top and bottom. You can always crop the image and whatnot, but just for my purposes here, we'll just make it like 35. Sure. But you could always, it might be better to just crop that image a little bit. Engagement, our courses, I'm going to talk to you about that. And then results. I might like to make this a little bit clearer that these are separate things. You could always put a divider right here. And yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Put a little divider right there. Drag a divider, put it right here on the bottom, just so it's real clear we're looking at engagement then results. You could also hide the images. That's another thing I could do on mobile, is just hide these images. Let's see what that would look like if I just hid those images. That might be an alternative that would work. So responsive, maybe hide on tablet, and then responsive, hide on tablet. See what this looks like. See what that looks like there. We are on tablet. Let's update that. And then it should show us a preview when we get smaller like this. It should show us the preview. Let me reload the page here and see if it will show me the actual preview, so it'll actually hide them for me. So on tablet down here, oops, we want to go to tablet view. Then here. That's weird, it's still showing up there. I did select the right settings, or maybe like the right responsive settings, hide on tablet, hide on mobile. Oh, is that registering as a mobile device? Okay, it might be registering here the size we have as a mobile device. So that's kind of what it would look like without the image there. I think the image is fine. It's just maybe a little bit more scrolling. I'll just leave it as it is. And then this one, we want to clear up that tablet formatting. thing I had set on there, responsive. We'll just leave it. It's probably fine. Then what's your next step? That looks pretty good. Let's increase the size of this button though to 25. What we had it at 25. There we go. Then this icon can probably get a little larger, maybe like 50, maybe like 30 or 20. 20 might be fine. Yeah, 20 is pretty good. And then the spacer, let's just go ahead and drop this one to 0 on, oops, your session has expired. It's giving me some trouble here. Sometimes that can happen. It'll say, hey, are you still here? And just go ahead and log myself back in. Any questions you have, feel free to give us a call. Let's make this smaller, 30. That's fine. And then there's our phone number. And can I make this? I guess there are testimonials here, so yeah, I'll leave it. But maybe I was considering doing maybe a 2-column layout, but since these are testimonials here, I'll just leave them as 1-column layout. So it looks pretty good for tablet. Let's see what it looks like on mobile once the update for that goes through. Awesome. So now to mobile, scroll all the way back to the top. And for mobile, let me see, what does it look like if I, let me play around here for a second and see if I want to go left align or center align. I'll say with the LMS. I think I'll go left. Well, I mean, what does center align look like here? I think I'll go left align for my stuff on mobile. Then let's just go through just like we do with tablet and fix all this stuff up. Yeah, so we want to increase the font size here, maybe like 25. Sorry, not my good foot. Okay, that's fine. Then this is probably appropriate spacing. Are you ready to create an e-learning site? A little smaller. That's pretty good. We have 2 courses. Make this a bit smaller. 25 maybe. It's pretty good. Then, man, can I do a larger layout here? Maybe for, I can't set this to be full width only for mobile, so I'll just leave it as it is. I was thinking maybe I could do full width only on mobile, but that doesn't look like it'll be the case. These formatted pretty nicely. That's fine. It might be a little bit big, but I think it's kind of fine just to emphasize our point there. Then this here, maybe do 30, 40. Get into the 40s. Our instructors, sure, 40 is pretty good. Then this one, maybe we'll do on mobile 100%. Well, maybe 90. 90 is pretty good. Then I'm a developer. Can I make it smaller? Maybe I could get away with this being like 20, 18. I think it was. Yeah, it's probably fine as it was. Then, actually, would it be possible for me to actually change the padding on this to make that fit a little more? How much does that actually impact things? It's fairly significant. I mean, we're getting a couple words out of it. So what you can always do is click on dislink to break the link between these padding settings on your columns. And that's what I'm going to do just to make this a little easier on mobile to read. So you can do that by clicking on the column settings right here. They're going to be in the little gray box in the corner. And under advanced, you see these padding settings. I'm just going to open that up. And the picture here, let's do, I think I did 90. Really? Did I do 90? It's pretty big. What's going on here? Oh, I left it like it was. Okay, there we go. So for the column there, I left it as it was. Let me change this now, maybe to like 80, since we were able to get a little more room on the on changing the padding there. We got a little more room, so let's just close that up a little bit. And this one maybe could go down to like 20. Sure, 20 on top, 20 on the bottom. Then fundamentals of a successful website, engagement, maybe move it up to like 60. And then results, move it up to 60. 60 pixels. Sure. Well, I mean, these are a little uneven, so might as well do like 80 or something, so you can clearly see what's going on. Then that's pretty good. Do 20, 20 on top, 20 on bottom here. 20 on bottom. Then our phone icon, let's make that one a little bigger as well. Let's move that up to, what have I been doing, like 60? Maybe 40 for this, or 50, 40, probably 45. It's probably good. And any questions, feel free to give us a call. There's the phone number, there's our testimonials. We'll do the same thing we did where we unlinked this and then made this 90 or 80, I think was our resolve, to do 80. 80. There we go, and then I gotta break the padding right there, and there we go. So that's pretty good. Oh, and I guess I did not center align Chris's testimonial. Let me go back to desktop. Yeah, I gotta make sure I center align that so it's even. All right, awesome. And that should be our homepage done and done. So if I go back to the website on the main page, there we go. So this is our new homepage here. And in the next step here, let's dive into getting our footer good to go, and then we'll jump into our other pages. We just finished up designing our homepage. Now let's design up our footer. We had established we can edit the footer earlier in the tutorial there, but now we can actually go through and style it up. So I'm going to open the footer editor in Elementor here, and I can say this is our footer. I'm going to put a background image on the footer, and like I had visited before, let's go to Pixabay. Forest. And just maybe like a picture of a forest or something. That's pretty common. Common thing to have in your footer. I don't know. That's probably good. Don't need add there. I could download a lower resolution photo, but just download the regular size. For the section, background color, upload file. Then that will be our footer there. Let's bottom align it, position bottom center. Then put probably a spacer in here. Then just so we can see a little more what we're doing. I don't know, maybe center on the image. Try center. I don't know, bottom center is probably fine. Okay, and so what I want to do here is go ahead and design it up. I'm going to delete this. This is our footer section. We can really put anything down here we want to. For now, I'm going to put a nav menu, and we'll just have the menu we have on the website just in the footer as well. So if they hit the bottom of the website, they can go to the same links we have at the top. Let's just make text color white, then change the font size. Maybe like 20 is fine. You sure that's probably fine. Then that's really all we need. We just need the footer there, and then let me just put like a little copyright notice or something, like a heading. You'll often see that in a footer, just like a little something about copyright. Let's do that, and maybe like 12 pixels. I don't know, maybe 14 is fine. Then we'll just say, we'll change the text color to be a little partially transparent. That way it's a little less emphasized than the menu, which is what they're actually mostly coming to the footer for. For our text, we'll just say copyright 2019. I don't know. Say like, I don't know, WP course guide. All right, cool. So that's pretty good. Just put another spacer in between there and there. This one would be maybe 10 pixels. All right, that's pretty good. And then let's do a background overlay on our background, just so we make our text stand out a little bit more. Maybe like blue, or what's that color we had? This green blue. I don't know, that's not too bad. I might want to make it like 0.2, 0.15. 0.3 is probably fine. I'm just looking at that word home. It's a little too much of something that's blended. It's a little hard to read that. Is there like a dark forest or something? Dark forest. We can probably try really any of these. We just want something that might be a little bit darker than what I have on there. That would be pretty good. Let's try this one. Background, image, upload. And oftentimes you'll want to compress your images before uploading them, but just for the sake of the tutorial here, I'll just leave them as they are. That's pretty good. What about top center? That's neat. It's a little light and hard to read. Probably center. Probably pretty good. Then what? A good practice to get work with is just deleting media files you're not using. So since I'm no longer using that other background image, I'll delete it. But I'll go with that for my footer for now. And we can always come back and change that. But let's reload the page and see if that looks good. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think I'll put a little border on the top of it. So on the section, I'm going to go to border, solid, and then this just gives us a little more separation. If I say like 2 pixels on the top or something like that, maybe do like a black 2 pixels on the top of the little area right here to create a little more separation between this white and the picture. Reload, let's see, and that might be a little bit better. And you can see my background image is actually, I didn't set it to cover, so it is repeating itself a little bit. You can see right here it's repeating and repeating on that side. Let me just set it to cover, and that way it won't do that. Reload again there, since I had run the update. There we go. So now that looks a little bit better. Yeah, that's the footer for our site here. And yeah, let's dive into designing our other pages. I'm going to, just kind of go through the menu here and start going through and designing. We'll start on the contact page. The contact page, there's not too much to it on this page here. Let me just head into my contact form we had set up earlier, and I'll visit some of the style settings. The functionality is perfect for me right now, I think. Let me just check actions after submit. It's set to email me. Yeah, so it's set up perfectly, set up to email me once somebody submits this. And yeah, so now let's start messing around with some styling. I'm going to look at the button first. Let's just set a background color for our button. That maybe our on theme color there. Then for our fields, I might want to make them stand out a little bit more. So let's make the text color like a darker gray, or maybe even like a black, or well, maybe like the dark color we're using in a few different places. Then the typography, we're gonna make it about 20, make it a little easier to read. And then the form itself, let's change the text color here to that same color we're using there. And then let's change the typography just like we did at 20 on the fields there. It just makes it a little easier to read. And one thing I could do is actually, now that I'm looking at it, I could just disable the label and just have a name, email, message. I guess, it's probably fine just like it is right there. Well, it might be a little redundant. So let's just leave it probably like this. And let's add in a spacer and a heading to give us some more room. Here on the top and here on the bottom, a little more space. Might be nice. Then add in a heading. Then we'll just maybe do center line. What am I think I'm left aligning on my other pages. So let me just stick with that style of left aligning things. All right. Form below, and feel free to get in touch with us. Let me set my color to be the same, and then maybe like a 40 or something. Well, maybe 35. Then this one can be like maybe like a 10 pixel spacer, maybe 20. That's pretty good. And so yeah, now name, email, message, and send. And that's pretty good. We can leave it like that. Let me try updating and trying one style here quick. One thing I often like to do on these pages is put a background image on there, and then maybe do like a hovering box or something. If I were to put a background image on there, I could edit the column settings and actually do a background color on the column. If I were to say background color like white, we can do a pretty neat effect if we make it like partially transparent. And then we can set a margin on our column of like 20 pixels or maybe 50 pixels or something. And then maybe some padding too. But that's kind of like a neat effect you can create if you wanted to have kind of a neat looking contact form like that. I might want to seek out a different background image if I was going to go with that. Let me just look at my site quick and see if I want to go with that layout. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I'll probably just stick with that layout, and you can design it however you want to, but I'll probably stick with that layout. So let me go find another layout, another background image I could use, maybe mountains. What kind of color am I looking for? Maybe something a little more upbeat like this here. That's somewhat fitting in my color palette. Let's see what that looks like. On the section, let's upload a file. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty good. I'll probably leave it like that, and let me readjust some of these now that I'm working with padding on my column. I might as well actually just delete that that there. That might be the best way to go, is just delete this and stick with what I have right there. Let's see what that looks like. Head to the contact page, and yeah, that's pretty good. It kind of does what I'm looking for it to do, and I'll probably leave it like that. So let's move on from the contact page now to the we could style up to my account page, but let's just move to the shop page. Oh, before we do, I just noticed this image is repeating itself. Let's set that real quick so it's not repeating by saying cover. On that contact page, it was just, I saw it repeat right there on the edge. So let's X out of the Elementor editor there. And in our shop page, we can set up what we want this to look like. It looks kind of fine out of the box. To be honest, with just 2 products here, I'm probably pretty fine with this, just to edit it kind of as it is. I guess I could always maybe do like an archive template in Elementor. That might be, you know what, I'll probably just do that. We'll do an archive template in Elementor. So how we can do that is by heading to the back end of the website. And from here, we can head down to templates. And just like we have a header template, a course template, a footer template, and all that, we're going to create a template for our shop page. So we can head to Theme Builder right here under our templates options, and we are going to look for Product Archive right there. And we can say create a new product archive. We will call this shop page, and create new template. Just like with any template, once we load it up, it's going to give us a pop-up, say, hey, do you want to start from a pre-established layout? And I guess I could go ahead and insert one of these layouts. Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and insert probably this first one here. Looks pretty good. Just a 3-column layout is probably what we need. So I'll insert that, and it's just a couple of widgets that are already laid out in a specific way. We'll see what they look like when it loads up here. Awesome. So it just loaded up our products. This is just the edit archive products block here. Let me see, it says depreciated on there. Let me see products. If I go back here, archive products, this is the one we want right here. I'm not sure why that one had said depreciated on there. This one might be like an outdated element, but let's just actually go ahead and delete that one and put in instead archive products. You can find that, I found it right here. You can also find it in archive products if you search archive right there. All right, so what we want to do now is add in our settings, kind of. So I don't want the stars, for example. That would be an example of me kind of changing some of the settings. So what I want to do is head down over here, and I can probably style some different things up here. Some different, if I wanted it to be center aligned, I'll probably leave it like that. If I wanted to have maybe a border around my images, I could do so like that. And maybe if I give it a color, it might show up there. I don't have any featured images set yet, so that's one thing we have yet to do is grab some featured images for the courses. And one thing I could actually do is, I believe there are some featured images we can set, but we'll circle back to that and get our images set for our products and our courses. But other than that, you can change the title color and all sorts of things. I'll probably change the colors to my colors I have here, so maybe the title will be that color. And then the typography, I want it to be a little bigger, so you can see a little clearer what you're buying. The rating, I'll probably end up disabling the star rating there, but then the pricing, we'll just put the same color there and the same font size as well, 20. There we go. We can also probably edit that add to cart button. So we have our button right here, text color. Our text color, let's leave it at white, and let's leave our background color at this that color we had right there. Border color, if we wanted to set a border color for our button, we could. I'll probably end up just setting a border around these products. I'll create a little tile around each one, so each one kind of looks like a tile. Border type, so we should be able to do that. Is that going to be right here? No, that's going to be for our button. Where is the border for our box here? There we go. So there's the border for our little box is right here under box border width right there. So I'll just probably do maybe a 1 or 2 pixel border. Probably 2 pixels is fine, and I'll do that same color I've been using, this color right there for my tiles, and I could do a little box shadow or something to make them pop a little bit more. I'll want to do, let me go over to content real quick. It's we can change our layout by heading to Appearance Customize, but let me see here. Can I change my column number to 3 columns in here, or will I need to head to the editor to do that? It looks like I might need to head to the editor to edit some of these settings. So yeah, let me go in there real quick. The editor might look different. Allow order. Yeah, no. Let me go to Appearance Customize real quick, and let's see if I can change this to a 3-column layout. It looks like it's in a 4-column layout at the moment, but I'd like it to be a 3-column layout. Let me open the customizer real quick and see what I can do. So we're looking for, under Appearance Customize, we should have maybe some WooCommerce settings. Is this what we're looking for? We're looking for somewhat of a product catalog type item, shop column. So yeah, this is probably what we're looking for here. So if I go to 3, there we go. So that's going to update it for us. And so that's going to be the 3 columns we're looking for. And then we're probably good on the images. But yeah, let's go ahead and publish this and reload our Elementor page so we can continue to edit in a 3-column layout. Just save and close right now. Then reload the page here. This way it'll update. The Elementor page we just loaded doesn't know we had just made a change. So there we go. So now it does. And there's our products right here. And so we want to remove the star rating. Let me actually hop to the customizer real quick and do that. So shop page display, show products, show the pricing, content width. This is going to be our default. We want to hide ratings. We can do that by clicking this little eye right here, and it'll hide the ratings. We want to say price. We want to say add to cart. We would like to say title, and the category, it says uncategorized there. I'm actually just going to hide that. I don't really need the category to display. Since we don't have too many courses at this point, we don't really need product categories displaying at all. All right, awesome. Let me reload again here since that just finished publishing. Our star rating is still on there. And it looks like it might still be here. Is this not something we'll want to remove over in our customizer here? It looks like we did hide the star rating there, but it doesn't seem to be going away. Let's see if it goes on the shop page here. If we reload, does the rating go away? And it does. Okay, awesome. So at least it's going away over here on our shop page. Then, yeah, awesome. So we have everything pretty much set up how I want it to be for now, and you can always come back here and edit any of this. But for now, I think that's going to be good to go for me. So let's set this as our shop page. Like we do with templates, we'll want to say display conditions, and we'll want to add a condition. I want to display this on my shop page, so let's save and close, and then reload over here, and it should adopt the changes we just made. There we go. So now it adopted those changes, and it looks pretty good. It'll look even better when we have our featured images in here. Yeah, we are pretty much good to go. I do want to change this title, however. Let me log in and do that in my Elementor editor under products here. Let's just say, remove that and just say our store, or maybe our courses. Since this website is dedicated to courses, I'll just say our courses. But if you were maybe selling some other products, you might want to say something other than our courses if you had some other products that were also for sale. And we do have a margin on the bottom here for some reason. I'm not sure why, but let's just remove that. Our courses, and awesome. And then there's some ways to sort our store here if you wanted to sort through some categories or whatnot. Reload, and there we go, our courses. And this does look pretty good. Let me think for a second. I might want to do this same kind of layout throughout my website. Let me see what that would look like real quick if I had done that little layout where I have a background image with a hovering section, because I might prefer to lay it out like that. Let's just put this one in for now and then see what it would look like. Background color white, mildly transparent. Our courses, that can look pretty good. We'd want to set these to be solid white right here. We'd want to set the background of our tiles, our boxes, to be solid white. So let's scroll down to that box area and set our background color to be solid white. And then it is repeating itself, of course, the image, but yeah, I guess that's probably fine. If I stick to the same theme throughout the website, I'll probably go ahead and stick to the same kind of styling and leave it like this. So let's leave it like this. I'll add a few padding settings on here, maybe like 20 or maybe 25 might be a little bit better. And let's go ahead and make sure this looks good on mobile. So on mobile, we could remove the what looks like margins in here. Is that going to be what that is? Yeah. Or padding rather on the section there. Our courses, these do look a little crunched. So for mobile, is it possible for us to say a different number of columns we want for mobile? Let's see. So shop columns. So yeah, we can say here shop columns for tablet and shop columns for mobile. I'm going to do one column for mobile and publish that. Then if I reload on my products page, let's see, or rather update and reload on my Elementor page, let's see if that will work for us, if it'll put one column for us. Let's hop back into mobile, and it doesn't look like it took that on at the moment, but it might have just been fine on mobile here. Let me just see real quick what is going on here for mobile. Yeah, it still seems like it's doing the 2-column layout. Is it not possible? So we have products for page shop columns for mobile. They're looking good. So we have 3 on desktop, 3, 2, and 1, it looks like. I'm not sure why we are not getting the, the 1 column for mobile there. Let's try publishing again and seeing if that works for us. That's super odd. How it won't break columns for us. I'll circle back around to that issue. Yeah, there's nothing we can do right here really. There's allow order. Ordering is not available in the widget. So let's let's just leave it as it is for now. We'll circle back around to that. But otherwise that does look fine if they were just stacked on top of each other. And that's pretty much it for our product page. And actually, let me turn off this sorting mechanism here. And if you wanted to show results, you could if maybe you had a search mechanism on there. But as it is for now, the site's pretty simple. If you get a more complex site, you may want to work on these allow order show results features. If you have a bunch of courses on there, people can search through. But for now, I'm going to turn that off, and we'll circle back around and fix this mobile formatting. But yeah. So for now, let's exit out of here and hop on to our next page. So our next page would be the cart page. And yeah, awesome. So the cart, I'll probably have function in a very similar way. Now that I'm starting to just edit the pages as they are with the same kind of layout where there's a box and whatnot, I'll just use that universally on the website here. Let me head into here, disable the title of cart there, and set a background image. This is not Elementor full width, it doesn't look like. Say Elementor full width, and maybe that'll give us some more spacing right here to work with on our cart page. And there we go. So let's say for our background, we do want to stretch this section so it goes to the edge of the page. We want to say background image is going to be this. And you can always put a different background image on each page. I'll just leave it like this for now, but we'll say size cover. Then we want to say column background color is going to be like a white, and it's going to be somewhat transparent. And it's always good to get the hex code to be the same. Like I'm just dragging it down a little bit, so the white might be a little bit off. But if you want to copy and paste your code so it's exactly the same, you can do that. Now let's put some margin on there. Maybe you go up to about 50 margin. And then on the padding, I think we're working with about 25 at the moment. And I keep scrolling down, which knocks it off. And let's go view the cart page. But first, let's just do this mobile stuff first. Since the mobile stuff's pretty simple, or rather than doing that, we want to negate the margin rather here. That way it takes the full page. Let's go view our cart. Make sure it worked for tablet. It did. And yeah, let's go view the cart page. If I just maybe X out of here in Elementor, we'll head to the page and see if it looks good. View page. And there we go. So that's looking pretty similar. And if we had our product image there, it would show up right there. And we can see some of our options here. Let's move on to the affiliate area. Yeah, let's just run through here. The white is pretty similar, but yeah, you'd want to run through and just make sure all the hex codes are exactly the same. But yeah, let's go through to our affiliate area. And yeah, so we have the affiliate area. We'll style it up exactly the same way. Edit page. And run through the motions. Edit with Elementor. All right, so page settings, disable the title and change to Elementor full width. Stretch section will probably be our next thing to do right here, stretch section. There it goes. Section background color, let's set that to be our picture here. Section background image rather. Then say cover. Then here under our column, we will set a background color of white, somewhat transparent white. Then over here under margin, we'll do 50, about 25 in the padding. All right, awesome. Register for a new affiliate account, and you can see your data and whatnot there. Return to dashboard, and let's go view that page. All right, looks pretty good. Let's do our mobile formatting real quick right here too. Just on tablet, we'll want to do the same thing we've been doing and just break the margin on our column there. That way, on these smaller devices, it just makes it a little easier to have no margin and have it take up the entire page. So let's go back to the dashboard, back to the front end, and we can see what this looks like. There we go. Awesome. Let's do the same thing with the My Account page. We will want to edit page. And this one might be a little more complicated since we have two shortcodes on here. We have the private areas and we have the My Account in WooCommerce here. So let's see, let's go through the motions of our settings here. Hide title, page full width, and this one takes a second to reload. All right, then we have private areas. Is that not in here? Super odd. It looks like the private areas code might not have come with that. Let me exit to dashboard real quick and make sure I copy that code. Back to WordPress editor. Yes. Okay. For some reason that disappeared, so I just want to make sure we have that code to work with. A little private area shortcode for the people who purchase our private coaching package. All right, so we're back in here, and probably use a shortcode rather than a text editor. Yeah, duplicate that, and then we'll just take the shortcode. You can always put a shortcode in a text editor. I just prefer to put it in a shortcode editor here. Sometimes it makes it a little easier and avoids any kind of formatting issues. Let's go through the page again. We want to disable the title and say Elementor full width. All right, there we go. Then we want to stretch the section. Then we want to put a background image on there, like we have been doing right there. Insert media, column settings. Here we go. Set it to white, set it to somewhat transparent. Head over here. We want a 50 margin and a 25 padding. Then what else could we do? We could make sure this image here is not repeating by heading to size cover. And you want to do size cover rather than repeat none, because if you say no repeat, it just will be white over there and it won't actually do what we kind of want it to do, where it actually covers the whole page. Let's put a heading in here too. Let's say my account, just like we have on the top up here. Let's paste in not that. We want our hex code. And there we go. Now we might want to maybe say 20 or maybe 35 for this, my account. And there we go. So my private coaching area, you can find down here as well. What might be something we could do about the coaching area? It's probably fine as it is, but if you wanted to break it off and make it a pop-up, you could. I'll probably leave it as it is for now, but you could always create an Elementor pop-up and then have a little button on here that triggers a pop-up. That might be one thing to do, but it's always fine to just leave it right here. The only people who will see it are people who are enrolled in our course, our coaching course. So yeah, let's make our mobile formatting happen. On tablet here, head to column settings and take away the margin, and then head over here and it'll adopt that same look right there. And we can update and head back to view the page. Cool. So that looks pretty good. And that about wraps it up for these top pages here. Now we'll dive into styling up our lesson template, our course template, and our product template for WooCommerce. Let me first dive into the product template. So on our shop here, the product template is going to be what displays on these pages here. You can stick with what is here out of the box, but if you wanted to style it up a little bit more, you can do that. Let me get some images for my products here. Currently, I don't have any featured images for my courses or products set yet, which is why we have this blank area. But if I head back to the back end of my website and go to products, we can set some images in here. If you want to set a product image, you can do that simply by heading into the editor for the specific product. And there should be a side on the, there should be an area on the side here for our product image. And if you had multiple images, you could set a product gallery. But for me, I'll just set a product image. And I'll be right back. I'm going to draft up a few product images with, just a little background, a little bit of color, and the name of the course on the front. And I'll be right back to put those in. All right, so I got my screenshots from my Google Slides here. So I'm going to X out of here. I just wanted to kind of show you my method of producing some pretty good looking featured images on a budget. So now that I have those, let's go into my course here. Official Quick Start course for Lifter, and let's upload my product images. And yeah, so my computer here takes screenshots at a pretty high quality, So oftentimes you'll want to make the images smaller. Since it's only going to be for a product image, you will really only need maybe 640 by 480 of the dimensions on your image. This image is going to be a much higher definition, but I'll leave it as it is for now. But oftentimes you want to make them a little bit smaller, reduce the quality. That way it loads up a little bit faster, and just might be a little easier for the site to work with. And there's some free online tools. If you look up reduce image size online free, you can find some free tools. You could just run your images through to make them a smaller dimension. That just makes it a little easier for your website. So let me see. So did I set the right one? Oh no, I did not set the right one. This is the Quick Start course. So let's change my product image. Let's go ahead and upload my my image. Oops, for the Quick Start course. See, there we go. There's the Quick Start course image coming in now, and that'll be my featured image for this product. And then I'm going to click on update, and I can go out of here and head to my quizzes course, and let's put an image on there. And you can already see the image is starting to show up, and this is just going to add a little more color to our website and make it look a little better. So for our product image, we'll say quizzes course and coaching, then update. And from here, let's go to our store and see how it looks on our shop here. And there we go. So it is crunching them to a square here. Let's see if we can fix that up real quick. We can change that by heading into the customizer here. Let's just open the customizer in a new tab. Then we can head in here to WooCommerce, product images, and it's saying 1-to-1 ratio, so they'll be cropped into a square. Let's say uncropped, and there we go. So now it's going to display the full image as we uploaded it. And then publish that, and let's reload over here, and there we go. So now our WooCommerce product images are showing how we want them to. And now we can create a product template. The product template is going to be what overrides this page right here. If you like the layout out of the box, you can leave it as it is. But let's go ahead and create a template to override what this page looks like. So we'll want to head to Elementor templates here on the back end. Under templates, we'll click on add new, select single product template, and we'll name this one product template. Then create new. All right, so it's going to give us a layout. If you wanted to start from a template, a pre-built template here, you can do that. But what I'll do is I'll just custom design my own from scratch. So I'm going to X out here. And you can see it's promoting some product widgets for us. These are just some essential things we'll need in a product. Let me open a new tab here and copy my link address here. And let's go check out our store and make sure we add in our template everything we need, every essential part of a WooCommerce product. So if I go to shop, let's look at the essential parts of a WooCommerce product. So we'll need a product image, and then we will likely need the name, the price, and our add to cart button. So let's set it up in I'll probably set it up in a vertical stacked format. So let's add a new section here, maybe put a spacer and a heading in there. Spacer, and then duplicate that, and then get our product title right there. We'll put our product title right here. It should just automatically take one of our titles and place it in for us so we can see what it looks like. I'm going to center align, and let me get the maybe the same color that I'm using on the home page. I like to use a Google Chrome extension. Let's go back to the home page here. A Google Chrome extension called Color Picker. It lets me get the colors. If you ever don't have anything in your clipboard and you need a specific color code, this tool is pretty useful to just grab a color of any page there. So now I can paste it in, and there's the color for my title. So now that we have the color for my title established, I'll probably move it to like 40 in font size there. Then that's looking pretty good. So now let's add in our product image. Let's see, product images should be good to go. And there we go. So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. We can do that by going to advanced on the top here, and under margin, let's put in a margin, probably about 200 looks pretty good. And let's unlink these values and remove the margin from the top, then remove the margin from the bottom. That way we have our left and right margin at about 200. Now what we'll want to do is check out our product. Let me head back over there and see what we're working with here. So we have the price and the add to cart button are going to be two things. Yep, the price and the add to cart button are going to be the next two things. Let's head back to our widgets area and see if we do have the add to cart button. Let's put that right there, and we can center align that. Then back at our widgets, we'll want to look at the pricing information. Let's see, so we have the breadcrumbs, product title. The breadcrumbs, I'm probably not going to include the breadcrumbs. That's going to be what's right here, home categorized, letting you know how you got to this page. It's very useful if you have a lot of categories and your store can be, there's a lot of ways you can navigate it. The breadcrumbs can be pretty useful for you. But let's say product price, put that right here, and that's going to be $100. So let's center align that and make it the same color as our guy right here, our title, color, make that the same color. Then let's make the font size a little bit bigger too. I think maybe 35 might be fine. Then the add to cart button here, let's modify this. That's probably pretty good on the price as far as like modifications. And you can style this page up however you want to. I'll probably end up putting on that styling I had at the end here where I have the mountains in the background. But let's finish up on our add to cart button here. So topography for add to cart button, maybe about 20. That's probably pretty good. About 20 pixels would be good for me there. And we have the quantity. And that should be everything we need. If you want to explore these settings here, you can feel free to do so. But I'm going to increase the quantity size right there to equal 20, the same as the words add to cart. If you were to make it a little smaller, you can see it might look a little odd if the number they're typing is smaller. So you'll probably want to make that the same size. Then from here, we'll want to move on to styling up our background. And let me actually first see if I can change the background of the button. Awesome, so that is a feature. I wasn't sure if that feature was included in here, but that's awesome that we do have the feature of changing the add to cart button on our product templates. I'm going to leave the text color as white, but that is awesome that we do have the option to style up that add to cart button a little bit. And just like I've done before, I'm going to make the background color a little bit darker when you hover over it, so that you get a little effect when you hover over there. And that's pretty good for the product for me. I don't need the categories. I don't need that there, and the product title. And I'm not going to have related products listed on here. So this is pretty much everything I need for my product. So let me go ahead and finish up with the section padding that we have done before, where we have our background image and whatnot. So if we go to classic background, we're going to select this background we've been using all over the place. Let's set our size to cover. And then for our column right here, let's head in and make our background type classic. We'll set a color to be white and semi-transparent. So that's probably pretty good. And what we'll want to do now is go to the column advanced settings and do a margin of 50 and then 25 inside the box there. And yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see what it looks like without the spacers here. That's probably fine. I'm going to delete the spacers on my checkout here. So that's pretty good. We have our background. It's very clear. And if you wanted to add a product description, you could. And let me just go ahead and put the space in for our product descriptions, and maybe we'll be back around to add those in. So product price, product rating, product description, or product content rather. The product content is going to be what is on the page here. If I go to edit product, we can see what the product content would be. That's going to be this area right here in the WYSIWYG editor. If you go to products and edit your product, you can put all your content in here, maybe a description of your course, and in here that'll show up right under our featured image there. So let's go ahead and publish this and say add condition, products, and we could get a little more specific if you wanted to have a specific template for products in a category, but I'm just going to say all products are going to look like this, and save and close. Now let me we'll let this update here, and we'll head over to our product in the other tab here, Course Plus Coaching, and I'll just write, this is our product description, and update that just to show you what this would look like and where it goes. Now if I view product at the top, you'll see that'll be right here. This is our product description, and like we can with everything else, we can go ahead and format this up. Let me just put gray text right here, and then maybe font size 20, and not 14, 20, just rather 20. Then update, and that'll update right here for the layout for our product short description there. So that's our product description, and you'd want to lay out a little bit about your course and whatnot there in our product description here. So yeah, that's pretty good, and you can see the template's going to apply to all of our WooCommerce products at this point. So if I go back to the shop, we can open up both products, and they're going to take on that same template. So open both of them in a new tab. So we see the quizzes course is taking on the template, as well as the one we made, the Quick Start course, is taking on the template. So our product template is good to go, and now we can dive into the course template. So the course template is going to be a very similar setup to what we had just done, and we did set up a course template before, but now let's go through and style up our template. We established kind of how the elements work, but we did not actually style it up yet. So under templates, under all, right there, we can see we have our course and lesson template, and I'm going to open this here in a new tab, and we can see what our template looks like. So we just have a title and the syllabus here, and that's pretty close to what our end result will be, but let's just edit with Elementor here at the top and edit our course template, style it up a little bit. Let's take on the same layout we have on the rest of our website. So on our section, we'll do that background image thing we've been doing all over the place. Put this background image on there. Then on our column, or rather first let's set our size to cover, and then on our column, we'll go to Style, Classic, Color, Set to White, Semi-Transparent, and then under the column settings here, we'll say a margin of 50 and 25 for padding. And then let's set the title of our course to be that same color we've been using all over the place, that same green blue there. And then our syllabus is looking pretty good. It's just going to fill in the LifterLMS outline there. One thing I'm going to add in on my course template is a back to dashboard button. So if I add in a button, we can say, style this up a little bit. We'll say maybe center align that, and typography. This button will serve the purpose of sending them back to the dashboard. Just to improve usability a little bit, we will add a button that'll link them directly to their dashboard. If they want to head back to their dashboard from here, they can always go to the menu in the header or footer, but we'll just add it here too. Or maybe say return to my account. We'll call it the same thing it's called, actually on our website here. Then for our styling on our button, we'll leave the text color as it is. The background color will be that. We'll do the hover color. We'll make it a little bit darker, so when you hover over it, it gets a little bit darker there for you. And yeah, that's pretty good looking. And let's copy the link to our My Account page. I'll head back to my other tab I have open here, or let me rather open a new tab because we'll come back here for the lesson template. So here we want to grab a link to our My Account page. Say My Account, copy the link, /My Account, and that will be the link we place right here in our button on the course template there. So no matter what course they're on, if they want to head back to their student account, they can do that. Awesome. So that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and view our course and see what it looks like. If I exit to the dashboard here, we can go to courses, and both courses, just like with the products, should inherit that template we just made. So let's open up both of these, and yep, you can see it takes on our template, and the quizzes course as well will take on our template. So that is awesome. Now let's dive into the lesson template. Let's see what our lesson template currently looks like. If I click on Why LifterLMS or any of my lessons here, we can see, yeah, there we go. We can see we have already built out how the template functionality works. Let's dive into styling. I can actually show you one shortcut to get in here. If we hover over Edit with Elementor, we can see our lesson layout template is applying on this page. So that's a shortcut if you want to hop into the editor from right here. An alternative, the long way around, would be to go to the WP admin, go to templates, and then go to all, and then find the lesson layout. But if you're already on the page that has the template you're looking for, you can just go to the header and say Edit with Elementor right where you're at. So let's go ahead and style up our lesson. Under Style, we'll put the same color I've been using. Oops, that's not in my clipboard. What is that color again? It's in my color picker tool here. Let me just take a quick shortcut here and grab the hex code for that color. Paste that right there. Then our featured video looks pretty good. I think I'll add a little bit more of a margin, maybe try 200 on the left, 200 on the right. They can always go into full screen mode. And let's see here. Congratulations on making it to the final lesson. That's pretty good. Just make it kind of how the rest of our site styling is set up with a gray and maybe a font size 20. Awesome. So that's looking pretty good. Let's style up our Mark Complete button just like we have been doing with all of our buttons. We do font size 20. The background color is going to be that right there. The hover color is going to be just a little bit darker. And there we go. We have that desired look there. Let's go ahead and center align this button probably under Style here. We should be able to center align this. Maybe I'm just missing the setting. There it is, button center align. And awesome. Now let's do the same thing we've been doing with background. Under Section, Style, Background Type, Background Image. Set that as my background image. And then we'll say, make sure you cover background. Go to our column settings under Style, Background Type, Classic, White and Color, Semi-Transparent. Head to Advanced, a margin of 50, and a padding of 25. There we go. So that's looking pretty good for our lesson content. If you wanted to maybe bring the words in a little more, you could add a margin onto the left and right side here. Maybe we bring the left and right in to bring the words in a little more. But other than that, that's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and update and view our lesson and see if this is going to be good. And if you wanted to check out the display conditions, you could. We already have this template set to apply on all lessons like we had done earlier in the video. So let's say View Page. And this is actually going to take me to the Elementor template link. I would rather go through the course. So let's go into the course and look at the lesson. So under Courses and View Course on either one of my course programs, and we have all of our lessons should take on that template we just designed up. All right, awesome. So there we go. It's taking on the template we just styled up there, and I'm thinking it looks pretty good. Our whole site is now completely consistent. We have everything set up, all the functionality. Let's go ahead and review some of the final details of the website. One thing you'll want to do with your website is give your website a title. Now that we've completed the whole setup, we can give it a title and maybe start to do some marketing. So our website is currently called My Blog. So we can change that by heading into the customizer, by heading to customize on the top here, or on the back end, you can head to Appearance Customize. We'll end up in the same customizer right here. And what we want to do is change the site title. I believe this is going to be under Global, and then, or maybe it's not under Global, it's probably under Header Site Identity, that's it. Header Site Identity, we can see the title is My Blog. I'm going to want to give this website a title that, is going to help me SEO, and it's going to kind of accurately represent what we're doing. So I'm going to say LifterLMS training, or maybe we could say a phrase like LifterLMS training courses. Training courses. And yeah, so LifterLMS training courses. And you can see the site title right up here in the top. It says My Blog. But once I publish this here, and then I reload over here, My Blog right there should change to LifterLMS training courses. And it still says dash my WordPress blog. If I hover over right here, or let's give it a second to hover. It'll actually show me the whole title. So we can see LifterLMS training courses dash my WordPress blog. That's going to be the tagline, and we can change the tagline right here. We build training on LifterLMS products, sure. Training on LifterLMS products. So then if I publish that, we'll see this update over here. If I reload, and then maybe reload again. Probably reloaded prematurely. There we go. So now if I hover over here, we'll say LifterLMS training courses, we build training on LifterLMS products. So that is going to be my site title and tagline and where that appears. Other than that, just going through our templates, doing maybe a little mobile formatting, tablet formatting on our templates to make sure it looks awesome on mobile and tablet. But other than that, we have now reached kind of the end of the tutorial. The entire website is complete. We have our WooCommerce and everything else set up. The only thing you'd want to do that we have not yet styled up would be CartFlows. If we head into flows here, we haven't yet styled our CartFlows after showing our demo, but if you wanted to come in here and build out a sales funnel, this is a great tool if you're running maybe a Facebook ad or something like that. It's a great place to have a landing page. And so this CartFlow might be for our, it might be aimed at our Quick Start course. So maybe if we do a little advertising for our Quick Start course on Facebook, we can put a link to our CartFlow on there and send people to this page where we might have an image talking about our course. And let me style up this page real quick here. And we might have a little bit of sales content and whatnot in here, maybe a little instructor bio and all that stuff linking up to our Buy Now button that we had set up earlier in the tutorial. So let's just leave text color, button color like that. And you can pretty much design up the sales page with all the skills you now have in Elementor to, to sell your product. And yeah, there we go. So let's just say font size 20. This is why you should buy the course. And yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. Now we have a fully functioning WooCommerce website working with affiliate WP, all sorts of tools, and we have a way to design awesome looking landing pages with CartFlows, and our website does look pretty good to go. So yeah, this has been Will Middleton. Thank you for joining me in this tutorial. We'll probably do this tutorial, a full site build tutorial again in the upcoming year here, probably next year. So if you have any feedback or ideas on tools you'd like to see in the next year's tutorial, maybe you'd like us to dive more into MailChimp or a CRM tool, feel free to drop that down in the comments below this video, and feel free to check out the products we talked about in this video, from everything from Affiliate WP, LifterLMS to CartFlows. You can find links to those down in the description below this video. So yeah, thanks for joining us, and I'll see you in the next video.